Live, and this will make YouTube Live. Yes, no, maybe. Alright, and we're good. So let's go ahead and load up our game and get moving. Go ahead and put in the boats the second. By far is your favorite? In the second. I missed the context in that one. That's okay. So to pick up where we left off with this run, so we are doing the menagerie. Oh, here, I forgot to open the queue. So there is the queue open. And I will pin the message until I close it. Yeah, talking Warcraft 2. Okay. But yeah, so to catch people up on what we've got going on here, so we are doing a run that it's not a challenge run in the sense, are you in the colony? You are not, Darkstrider. What is the queue for? The queue is for if we get a new colonist, I will draw from the queue at random, and we will name the colonist after you. So if you want a colonist named after you, you do !join, and it'll join you to the queue. But it is random, so it's not first come first serve kind of thing. Because it was the things, I didn't want to punish people who, you know, they show up to stream later in the day. I didn't want it to make it so, because we had for a while it was first come first serve. And that just ended up being people who showed up later in the day stopped bothering even getting in the queue because they were never going to get through. But this isn't the challenge run in the sense of like what we do a lot on the channel, which is like, you know, max out to pollution or make the weather awful or choose a tile that's almost exclusively mud or whatever. You know, things I do to make it difficult. No like random research, no research runs and all that. This one, okay, so we have heat tolerant, poor social, poor shooting. Yeah, don't give me that. Get out of here. Sorry, I'm gene extracting everyone. But what we're trying to do with this one is we are just building up our menagerie of entities as much as possible until we die. That's been what we've been doing so far. And the rules we've given ourselves is the main colony must be inside the crater. I cannot build it into the walls. The only things built in the walls are supposed to be the things I'm hiding from the public eye. So the things that go bump in the night, those we lock away there. Our ritualistic tendencies, we keep those hidden away. And we now have a toxic waste dump. So we keep that hidden out of sight. People don't need to know. But you get the idea of that. So many thrombos. But yeah. So we're at a phase that the raids are getting pretty rough. If I go to the last like 100 in-game days, we've got a bunch of places you're gonna see. Yeah, you're gonna see a bunch of places where we'll have like a bunch of raids all happen at the same time. Because our wealth is absolutely exploding, we're hitting that phase in the run where the raids hit and the stuff that they leave behind builds up our wealth. And so we need to deal with that. I need to deal with my food is starting to get out of hand again. So that's a problem. You know what? Let's actually switch our ovens here. Do until you have... Sure. Yeah, because I'm trying to get it to where, oh, don't bother with the site T. Site T can go on down the list because we're doing other stuff. And you have supreme expectations, observed corpses, you're sick, you're cold. But yeah, so we're reaching that point in the game where things get way out of hand. You never see more than 3 thrombos from that, or 2 thrombos from that event? Yeah, it's based on wealth. It is something that scales with the size of your colony wealth and all that. That's the reason I'm expecting to die soon, is we are reaching the point in the game where the scaling on our events is getting pretty out of hand. Alright, we got an imp hit to pop into the machine. But it's been going pretty good. This is a modded style map. There's a mod called Geological Landforms. It's for fun for making variety. There's some that are easier, there's some that's harder. This one's a bit of mix of both. You'd look at this and be like, what do you mean? You've got one way in. How is this possibly not harder? Or sorry, how is this possibly not easier? The big catch is there's a couple events that you know you're supposed to get attacked from like 2 or 3 sides. And with those 2 or 3 sides, you can go meet one side, knock them down real fast because they're weakened, like they're a small group, and then run over to the other one. With that, you get all of them in one spot. So it's like getting a raid that's, 1.5 times the normal size because you're expected to, you're expected to run around and deal with them however you gotta deal with them. So it does still mostly give me a benefit in the fight, but there is some places it does work well. Also, with mech clusters, there's only a handful of places it can show up now. Sorry. Or like when we had the drone to land for getting our relic, it landed here. In our base. Through the roof. I had to tear down a section of wall to get into the room to go over to tear down the vent so it could reach the spot I had to hack it. While raids are queuing. Granted, in that particular case, I was using the raids to fight mechs for me. Alright, you're just starving because you're in the machine. So what are you gonna give me? Cold weakness. No, thank you. Insert the next person. I did not want you to put that there. I said no autoload. Why'd you put it in anyways? That's weird. That's weird. Okay, so that's clearly a bug. So if you see what's happening here, I've got it set to do not auto-load. And it's still auto-loading anyways. Because the whole gist is you could say no auto-load, and they'll shelf it or they'll leave it on the ground or whatever. I need to expand... Well, I need to get stuff out of storage. I already got this set up now where it should be taking all the uranium and steel out of here. They just haven't gone yet. Oh, we got our bionic leg made? Awesome. Who else needed a bionic leg? Bionic. You needed a left leg, that's right. Install bionic leg left. That's draconic. Go to the hospital, do this. Waiting for them to add Archotech toes? That'll probably never happen. There's honestly not a good reason for it to happen. Because the Archotech leg supersedes it kind of thing, so there's not a reason to go down. Like, the Archotech leg includes toes, if it makes, if you think about it. Cool, so we got the leg sorted. Who else needs stuff? We got a lot of people with random injuries we need to be dealing with. We got someone else who's missing a toe, so we need a kidney. And then Kid Karma needs a bionic left leg. Which I don't have. So you're making the leg now. Bioregeneration is researched. Cool. Maybe have it give less penalty on two-body purists? I don't see there being much value in it, though. Like, it would be a funny thing, but it's just one of those things. I don't think I'd want to go to this bench and be like, okay, bionic leg, bionic toe, bionic arm, bionic eye, bionic ear, bionic this, bionic hair follicle, bionic lipstick, you get the idea. I'm obviously exaggerating a lot. It would just kind of be noise, because hear me out, do you know what I would do every single time? I would just choose the bionic leg and skip the toe. That could be mod territory. I just don't see it as particularly useful for the base game. It'd be more of a meme thing. Alright, then why are you getting mad? Chemical starvation. And you're still being converted. Alright, but where we're at right now is we've got one colonist I still need to convert over to our cause. We don't have anyone in danger of hitting, you know, the ages in RimWorld where you suddenly get penalized with, like, bad back and all that. We got ahead of the ones that were close to that. So I could de-age them, but all I do is piss people off because we're a guilty colony, so stealing someone's youth makes our people a little bit on the upset side. Otherwise, right now, we're kind of just in a holding pattern, waiting for, a lot of stuff to get sorted and stabilized. And I'll need to attract more things in. Okay. Meanwhile, what I can do is we're ready for another bioferrite plated room. We do have, our bots are slowly now finally getting the floor smoothed. And then we've been starting to put like a hazard pattern or whatever along the walls. Does any of this matter for making the game work better, min-maxing, any benefit whatsoever? Nope. Nope, it does not. I don't really just do any type of min-maxy gameplay. But do you have an idea why combat-trained animals do not fight shamblers? You just get overrun by shamblers and lost game because my combat elephants decide to hang around and not hit them. That sounds like a bug. Because the only thing I can think is either one, they weren't trained into combat, or they fell out of their training, which can happen if your handler's injured too long. Or you've got a mod doing a bug. If you're using allow tool, I believe allow tool is still bugged. So like, for example, ghouls won't fight. That may have been fixed now. I haven't been keeping an eye on it. I know there are mods that separate from allow tool that fix the bug in allow tool. But last I heard, I hadn't heard of it being bugged, or hadn't heard of it being resolved yet. So put one there and one there. That'll finish that. And even though it's a waste, I'm going to put one right here next to that one to resolve that as well. And that'll take care of literally every single tile of non-buildable ground. Also, in this run, you got all mods disabled? Yep, no, I don't. I mean, it could be a bug. We've run into a few bugs in this game, like this version. Like, for example, I've had a number of times where people have gotten injured and it won't show up the medical attention required. And I did have people basically say it's like, oh no, that they don't show as medical attention required if they're in medical emergency. And I've absolutely seen that is not the case. I've had people show up in both categories plenty of times. And then we had a case where people were injured and didn't show up in either. So it's like, okay, it's just bugged. There does appear to be some outlying bugs and some balance issues. We had the other day as I used a anti-grain warhead to stop a siege down here. And after the siege was all concluded and everything else, we had a visitor show up, walk into the fire, and every single tick of fire damage dropped my reputation with them, all the way from 96 to minus 75. For one pawn walking into the fire by themselves after the fight was concluded. I was pretty salty about that. That one I genuinely actually went dev mode and said, no, I'm sorry. Like, I'm fine if they had walked in and we take like the 15 stance like hit that you get for when a colonist dies and you're considered at fault. I can live with that, that's fine. But literally to wipe me out all the way from fully allied to literally bottom, like fully hostile, is like, nah, man. That ain't okay. That's when you spawn 40 cores and just shift over to faction. Well, I didn't even do that. I just went and said faction. We're allied now. So technically, I still lost a little bit of standings, like, if I'm not mistaken. But I basically just said, no, we're back to allied, because I was only 4 points shy of maxed out rep with them anyways. Yeah, you show that one spot of trees real bad. Yeah, screw that spot of trees. It's also, I almost never build complex style bases. Usually all my buildings are standalone, like I'll have a house, and then a house, and then a house, and then like the common room, and then the kitchen, the freezer. You get the idea. And this one I've actually built a complex style, which I don't do, which has been a nice little thing, just do differently. But it's been fun. Our power's been doing great. Ooh, actually, I don't have that much success. Did one of my geothermals blow? No, we're starting to push our limit. I might have to get a second one of these set up. I did find from me testing, these don't have an overlapping penalty. Oh, that just broke my entire power grid. I didn't think that through. Yeah, so if you would not mind real fast, I'd really like you to get that fixed. Okay, they're already working on building it. And the reason is because they tore the 2 lot pieces of wire out of here, so this is no longer connected. Meanwhile, we can go over here and say, for painting, just putting hazard stripes in here for reasons. Just because we can. Alright, I totally forgot we're in volcanic winter as well. Luckily, this is not a bad time, because with the power going out, the concern would be our toxic waste packs popping. But, that's being relatively well handled with all this. Oh, I also just realized, do not remove the pollution from this room. That's the entire point, is the pollution's supposed to sit in that room so that Pollux tree can absorb it. 44,000 watts? RimWorld finally has a solution for endgame power? I mean, you had a solution before, it's just, you had to have, like, a lot of wind, a lot of solar, a lot of batteries, and all that kind of stuff, or whatnot. Usually by the time you have, like, the really high watt requirements, you know, you're long past when the game would be won, normally. So I don't think they do that. Batteries that zzz. Not with buried power cables, they don't. If you use the hidden power lines, they never zzz. But yeah, but normally I ran geothermals almost exclusively. Don't get me wrong, you'd have to do that thing where you'd need to get, like, the geothermal way off on the corner. But I've never run into a problem where taking all the geothermal on the map, I needed more power. Like, I know with Transhumanist it pushes your luck, but it's only when you're doing forever colonies that ends up being a problem. Don't do that, Spot. But yeah. Now that's the thing. I think when Tynan makes a lot of the decisions around how to balance the game, the Forever Colonies is just not a priority, not a factor. Like, I think they approach it with the intent that you would play up until a point, and then, you know, you'd win your run or die. Oh, I see. I colored the floor here. Okay, we've got the anomaly music playing. What do you know that I don't know? Sorry about that. So we're sitting on more than enough uranium, so I don't care about that. We're sitting on more than enough steel. I don't care about that. Like, right now, I could see moving the drills for plasteel. Like, that one's still on the materials over there. There was a second drill in here somewhere. Ah, it's up here. Already pulling plasteel. So plasteel seems like the only one right now I really need to be drilling. Like, gold if we see it as well. But we're doing pretty good in all... Like, we're doing more than good in our raw materials to a point. It is kind of a problem. We're doing well in our components and all that. We're making our marine armor and all that. Well, let's get the other detoxifier kidney up here. We can add... I'll deal with that in a moment. Bionic arm on the list here. What I'll probably do here... Here's what we're going to actually do. I shouldn't do this. I have 2 bionic dimes.
What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, so we got a hydrate. We got a posture check, and we got a stretch. That's actually good timing because we got hit by an ad break right there, so I'll just do that while people are being subjected to the ads. Just the unfortunate reality of the platform these days. Ads are gonna add. Alright. Yeah, so we'll give it just a minute here for the ad break to go by before we actually engage this fight. But it looks like we got ourselves 50... Oh, Otan. Buddy. I don't know that you get out of there in time. I'll start giving everyone a position while we wait. Get everyone assigned to the spots, and then we'll go over what's happening. That way the people who got caught by the ad break don't miss out. Why are you all pissed off? Chemical Hunter. Yeah, Chemical Fascination, as you get late run, just starts to become more and more obnoxious. I might in the future just go out of my way to avoid anyone with Chemical Fascination or Chemical Interest and just not deal with that. I think I've reached the point, yeah. Front line is fully saturated. Alright. Okay, the ad break is almost over. I'm really worried about Otan here, because with their plate armor and everything, that's not going to go great. They at least have full movement speed, but against Lynxes, and they do not have much distance between them, and they got to reach that door and get through the door in time. I don't have someone who can open the door in advance for them. They are the closest one to the door. So either going to make it or they're not. Not a whole lot I could do about it to slow them down either. The best I might be able to do is if I get to the door and they're right on my heels, I might be able to like flamethrower behind us and then run through. But we'll see what happens with that. Alright, so the ad break is almost over. That's fine. So let's wait for that to all clear up. Meanwhile, I can go here and say unforbid. Alright, so with that, the ad break should be over. I do apologize about that. It's just the nature of the platform. Ads are going to happen. Normally, like, it's 3 minutes of ads per hour. If you joined right as they hit, that is what it is. The reason we paused is right when the ad started, we had 53 links showed up on the edge of the map. Otan is laughing and going, "I'm in danger," because the links are closer to them than they are to the door to get away. I just moved people to go towards the kill box real fast, but we're going to have to see how it goes. My hope is that Otan will get through the door in time. I think, yeah, you're probably fine. Oh, please, please, please close. That is bad. Okay, this just became a major battle. I'm gonna try to get everyone in position to help. Come on. Yeah, I figured that was coming the moment. Oh, I misplayed that. There isn't an angle to do this safely at all. Get your flamethrowers out. Can you squeeze a shot in between? Yes, you can. Can you do the same? We're doing what we can to try and hit as many of them with as much as we can to deal with them. But yeah, no, that I honestly probably should have just left him outside. We're in dire trouble. And part of the issue is I can't actually get hits around a lot of them. Okay. After all this booby collecting, it's going to be mountain links that roll to the grave. Yeah, no, it was misplayed. I tried to look, like, it's walking through, it's like, oh, he's got time. And then the links managed to sneak in behind. It's like, oh, that's not good. I need that one links over there. Oh, you need to be saved right now. You. Go rescue them. They're on fire. That'll kill them really quickly. Links, stop being on fire so we can finish the job and everyone can get to work. Okay. So that was what we call an absolute disaster. Alright. So we have a lot of people here. Let's do it using the medical tab. We've got some people in real danger. So Jaywalker is in immediate danger. You. Stop dealing with everything. Try to tend to them right now. Medical. We got Draconic. Draconic, how are you standing? You start trying to tend to them right now. Let's go to medical. Sentient Cookie. Kalaria Star tried to start tending to Sentient Cookie right now. Medical. Randall Thor. You start trying to tend to Randall Thor right now. Medical. We already have Jaywalker has someone working on them. Cerise the Mage. I'm running out of people to throw at you. Roots Twig, try. You'll never do doctoring, so never mind. Nihai Lord. Do your best. Medical. So those are ones that have bad bleeds. So deal with them first. Meanwhile, I have the ghoul running around, doing their best to make sure the links don't get back up. Alright, come on. So see all the people still patching people up over here. Yeah, so they're still working on that. Yeah, now it's just misplayed in the entirety. Because once I went to that door, I just let them circumvent everything. And allow... Okay, is that all of the cats? Nope, there's one last links down there for you to sort out. Okay, so medical. The Randall Thor is still in danger. Rot exposure low. Look, game. Give me a minute to deal with the diseases real fast. Or the bleeding. Once the bleeding's done, I can start moving people. You get that last bandage. Then you two get out of here. You two get out of here. Get you out of here. Yeah, we've almost got you patched enough you're ready to travel. Honestly, that's good enough for right now. They're getting sick because they're getting so much rot exposure just from being here. We're gonna get this one last patch they're working on now, and then we're gonna take them out of here too. And just deal with the rest in the hospital. Come on. Okay, meanwhile... we've got people in the hospital already working on things. I need to get this other hospital online. It needs limestone to be finished. Alright. Disease, infection. Get Randall Thor to the hospital, please. Their bed. All right. So we're trying to get through everyone as fast as we can, but that was the unfortunate reality of what happens when... So the whole reason that went sideways at the beginning was we had the 53 here, Otan was out here moving something, and so they didn't get a chance to even get away, and they got caught at the door. I probably should have just let them maul Otan and risk Otan dying, which I don't like doing, but that was probably the smarter decision. Are you taking care of it? Yes. Treating people as fast as we can. That's the danger of this one, is all the infections we're risking. Because we had to treat so many people in the field. So you're all patched up, like, actually? Okay. So get your food, and then let's get you on to the next people who need bandaging. Alright. People should absolutely be dead now. So one thing that helps is, one, almost all my people have armor. Like, you can see almost all of them are wearing marine armor. Some are still on flak, but mostly marine armor. And then the other thing is helping. We did scatter them with the flamethrowers a lot to keep them from being able to keep hits consistently on us. So that does actually help a lot by reducing their time on target as much as you can. You're not ready for sleep. Who still needs bandaging? You need bandaging. You need bandaging. Keep on it. Till everyone's out of danger, the bandaging will not stop. Otan's the one I'm most worried about their health, because they were in the middle of all that. Alright. That's not surprising. Hit you with glitter. We've got so much going on now. I'm willing to use a glitter on you just to try and make sure that infection doesn't stick any worse than it already is. These infections are worrying me. So many. Who still needs medical treatment? Beating out fire. No, you're not. Go back to bed. Is amputation an option? It can be. Keep in mind, if we fail an amputation and they're injured, you can kill them on accident. Prioritize that. But I do have a bunch of Glitter World on standby. Oh my god, please. How many infections are we gonna get? Hey, actually... use the glitter. Just be done with it. I can't afford a bad 10s right now. I've got the glitter. It should be used. You? I need people to go to bed so they can be treated. Okay, so you're in bed now. So treat them. Start setting bedrooms for medical. The only thing that lets me do is right-click and send them, like, tell them to stay in bed. Entity Slayer due to Supreme... You know what? Just go for it, man. Right now, I got a whole bunch of infections to deal with. Oh, Night Lord can doctor? That's fine. Working on it. That's like your third infection. And Randall Thor's currently on a break, so I can't have them go deal with it. Meanwhile, Revenant killed. So you might be like, oh no, not the Revenant. Oh, darn. It's fine. Just put it back. I need you to go to bed. Cool, the Revenant's back into its room. Okay, so you need to be doctored now. So now that's fine. Eat real fast. Colonist needs rescue. Randall Thor. Why do you need rescue now? Oh, you've got mild malnutrition now. Alright, come on. Okay, Kin Karma's finally asleep, so you go treat... Oh, Clara Star's already on it. Okay. Medical emergency on you. Alright. So now that we're not immediately all dying, you do not have an infection? No. But you are being taken care of. Alright, so this is where the infection tab comes into effect. So Otan is in the most danger right now. So what we're going to do, once Randall Thor's up, we're going to have Randall Thor preach health Otan. Okay, switch you back to industrial. 2 rounds of glitter is more than enough for a person. I honestly don't think we are going to lose anyone to the infection here. I've got a lot of glitter. I've got a lot of good stuff going on. We can probably make this work. We just got to keep an eye on the ones who have infections and make sure if anyone looks like they're going to fall behind, we hit them hard with the medicine. Honestly, all the rot stink exposure worries me because that can cause serious disease problems. Yeah, it's the only infection that is anywhere close. It's still ahead by 11%, so I honestly think we're in good shape. As long as we keep people fed, we should be okay. Yeah, because it's only these 3 on the top that have infections. Otan's in the worst shape, so it's just Otan, who is, again, winning by 40%, winning by 24%, winning by 14%. We got Jaywalker, who's winning by 40%, 40%. And then we had Cerise the Mage, who's winning by... That one's only 9%. And that one's about 20%. But with the vitals monitor and medical, like, hospital beds and good doctors and all that, I'm feeling relatively good about it. In the meantime, who has good social here now? Randall Thor has the most. We don't have anyone good up, so we're just gonna have Sextuple take care of the call. Why is it saying you're unhealthy? Rots, it's fine. Everyone's dealing with stuff. Okay, so let's see what we can do here about trying to get stuff. So let's choose all the things that we would like if we can have everything they give us. Because it'd certainly take everything we can get out of them. Definitely not keeping that. Or that. Or that. Or that. That's all fine, that's all fine. Take the worn out clothes out of here. Grab the gold. Okay, so we were able to get everything we wanted to be that. What I'm going to do is Muffalo Mate. I'm going to say, hey man, how would you like to take 5,000? And potatoes, how would you like to take another 1,000 there? And I'll also toss like 500 corn on that as well. Cool. So we're getting everything we wanted, plus clearing up a bunch of the freezer. Oh, right. I told this to not carry the packaged meals. We can deal with that. We're not getting any of our shelves? Okay. Link, storage. Meals. I'll go ahead and put the packaged meals in there. They don't actually need to go into a freezer. But for right now, I'll just let them stockpile in there, because that'll still bottleneck a lot of that. Like you're semi-alive and tasting like undead bacon. Yup. Starvation on Jaywalker, who's already taken care of it. No packaged meals on that shelf. And they're all stashed away. Why are you... This is the other reason I don't use the caravan hitching posts. So if you look at what we got going right now, the base is sealed here. It doesn't require, like, the pen's enclosed. And they will stay on there forever and starve to death until I get rid of it. And that's anytime this gets compromised, it'll put them all on that post until you delete it. Okay, so you need treatment. Resident Z's already on it. How are you doing against your infections? You're ahead by 60%. You're fine. Okay. Having really high manipulation late game doctors really makes disease much more manageable. Medical emergency pop for just 1 second before immunity kicked in. So you're fine. I shouldn't need to glitter them up, but... So it was Sarish, Otan, and Jaywalker were the ones. And Juron. So it's literally just down to Sarish. And they're winning on all their infections, but they're not winning by as much as I would like on that thumb infection. Oh, and that's probably because of their kidney. They're the one who's missing a kidney. Right, meanwhile... This place is becoming a disaster, as is half the base. Alright, let's start finding people's weapons. Grab that one. Grab that one. Grab that one. Grab that one. Okay. Your weapon's face punching? Yeah. Draconic went down. Yeah, so medical emergency on you because of that thumb infection. You're still winning by 6%. I did tell them if they do get another 10, just hit you with the glitter. It's overkill. Like, totally unnecessary. I just don't want to take any chances. So where did your bioferrite weapon get out? Oh, it'd be longsword. Where'd your bioferrite longsword get away to? Okay. So go get your sword. Okay, okay. For a moment, I thought they used the glitter on this injury, and then did the other way. I was about to be like, you did not. It's fine. They did them in the correct order, so Cerise the Mage should be way more than okay. Yeah, that's all fine. So with that, Randall Thor is free to try and convert Kalari to Star again. Actually, do we get everyone converted? Oh, never mind. You don't need to convert at all. You're already good. Everyone's rearmed except for Otan, who is still downed. Yeah, you should get your immunity here soon. Honestly, while we got you down, install. Do we not have the other kidney? Wait a second. I thought we made the kidney. No? I can check it here real easy. I do not. Who are the other eyes supposed to go to? I think there were people who died the other day. We had a really, not yesterday's stream, but the day before, we had a really rough one where it was like fight after fight after fight after fight. And we got routed on one of the fights real hard where I was fighting where one thing about launching the ship. That's fine. I don't care. I'm researching it because there's no other research for me to do. Here's one. Okay, so Groot needs the left eye. So install bionic eye left. And I'm guessing the other one who needed an eye, you know, that sort of got self-resolved. So go rest here. And we're going to have our best doctor take care of you. So we can get that, I want to know how you got your left eye hurt with human teeth. That someone bit you in your eye. Like, your eye is sunk into your head a little ways. What angle would someone have had to achieve to try and actually get any damage with a bite? Requesting rearming? Oh yeah, you're up now? Cool. Let's see where the last of the weapons were. Come on. Some of these Hellcat weapons are getting pretty roughed up. I think you were actually using a chain shotgun before, but honestly, the whole flamethrower thing really is a good thing for like when things close in force. The big thing that it doesn't work for is if you have your melee line and then you have the people directly behind. You either need diagonals to shoot between, or you need gaps to shoot through. Which kind of changes a little bit of how you would design certain things. But for the kill box you've had down here, this has worked really well because I have my melee here, here, and here. And so we have this cone, and then these ones on the sides can basically fill up the middle. You know, the front line ones. All ones behind wouldn't be able to do much. Alright, so we're down to our last 3 injured people. We're all getting there. So we need an ear implant. Let's go ahead and get that on the table as well. Oh, that's the machining table. Where are you? I'm gonna keep a bunch of those just on hand. I totally forgot. I always forget of the knee spike, elbow blade, and hand talon, which one I prefer the most. So 15 or 10 damage per second, 15 arm pen. Let's see. 927 armor penetration. Yeah, so it's basically a juggle between how much armor penetration you want versus how much just flat DPS. So I'm going to go ahead and do the split the difference. Because you're just stealing components? Yeah. So what I'll plan to is over time we're going to get everything that... Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Mechs definitely aren't hurt by it. But there's only so much you can do about disabling the mechs. The EMPs, the crossbows, and the flares all stun mechs. So honestly, as long as you get someone hooked up with an EMP or the Zeus hammer, you can usually do quite a bit to tie up a mech anyways versus regular pawns. Alright. I wish clicking on the signal chip would take me to it. I can't remember if there's more I could do with the signal chip. I believe it's a crafting material, now I remember. It's been a long time since I did it. Yeah, I believe I use it to make certain mechs and all that. Cool, and we've had our first one go here for a while. So we can slowly build up the pollution around the tree and slowly absorb it. Okay, so what I'm trying to remember is if we go under biotech, what did the actual chip go into? We can deal with all that later. Because I don't think it's the mechs themselves. Oh yeah, we can unrestrict all of you. So you can help down here with the hauling all this crap and whatnot. Because that's what got O-Tan in trouble. There's all this metal out here. They were running out grabbing that. And while they were out grabbing that is when they got jumped by the Manhunter pack. Okay, so you still got a bunch, and you still got a bunch under you. We're doing good on all our materials, except for I need more limestone. Honestly, let's reinstall you. Is somewhere around here that we had limestone. I don't need more steel right now. Let's get the limestone on it. Yeah, nuts. I think you're right, is that you make the implant for your mechanator to have more mechs. And I've kind of gone with the stance of, I don't really plan to lean into the mech thing to like make more and more and more mechs, I don't think. So I'm just not worrying about it too much. Okay, and we're still smoothing out the floors back here. How are we doing on that? Alright, so still have the bioferrites building up. We are going to want to get more stuff in here to keep building up our bioferrite supply. We should be doing relatively well, but we could certainly use more. How many more advanced ones? 2 more advanced monolith entities, and then we could do the end game event for that anytime we wanted. The intent of this run isn't to do that, so it's not really a thing I'm worried about. Yeah, and those will clean up that, and then I'll be that. Because once I do that, I don't know about now, but it did seem to massively cut back on the number of anomalies you get, which is not what we're looking to do. We're looking to get more anomalies. Which I could summon them in myself. Alright, so you need so you need toes and fingers. Alright, so who is missing their ear? Alright, so you are missing your left ear. Because we'll keep working on patching people up as best we can. Cool. And most of the others are missing toes and fingers and all that kind of stuff. So get all that going. I don't think anyone's missing anything. Well, you're missing a kidney. That's pretty significant. But other than that, I think you're the only one missing something. Okay, so you're missing your right kidney. So detoxify kidney right. So have you pop over here. Now get our best doctor to pop in there, and then we're missing no more organs so far as major organs. Meanwhile, we can grab Randall Thor. And then talk with that and all that good stuff. And that would mean all cybernetics from here on out are just augmenting people. It's not even about need. I also have 2 Malkiel Serum at a pinch, too. Alright, so... yeah, Super Heal Robust is good. I think the rest of these we wanted to hold on to. Don't care about that. You can take that knife, the recurve bow. That chain shotgun is mostly rotted, so you can take that. These chain shotguns are pretty rotted, so you can take those. I'm probably not going to use the EMP launcher. The rest of those I'm holding on to for right now. Take the frag grenades. Take the worn out clothing. That's fine. Give me your medicine. Alright. Surgery failed on Cerise the Mage by our very best doctor. Once again, wasting a kidney. Someday I'll get that kidney replaced. Also, do that one only one time. Don't say until you have. Stuff like stomachs and that, I usually won't go out of my way to get a whole bunch of the bionic ones. So unowned, that's fine. Alright, meanwhile, we're gonna keep people popping into the machine. So Nihai Lord, pop in there, because I'd like to get Dead Calm. Dead Calm would help me deal with some of the various things we've got going on. I always forget when you do when you have a someone with an existing xenotype that isn't Baselander, and then you augment them. I want to say it blows out what they were before and effectively makes them like they were a baseliner and does it, but I can't remember. Because I don't often get to do much of that. And we have a lot of different represented groups here. Okay. Alright, animal disease, flu, don't really care. This is all fine here. Actually, don't need to really look at that. The speed of which, when we get the Nutramine, that we just burn through it now is honestly very impressive. It shows up, and literally hundreds of it'll be gone in just a day or two of crafting, which is because they're making the drugs that we take that make us immune to a lot of the diseases, which I cannot express how helpful those are. But it's still just impressive how fast they can burn through it. Oh, good. So they are getting limestone from up there, so that's good. Food binge, that's fine. We're gonna need to do more to help with moods. We're starting to get break because of the supreme expectations, and just supreme expectations and chemical starvation is all it's taking for pushing people into not being happy. And we are starting to, like, make art to make the rooms just nicer. But it's taken a while. I wonder if it'd be worth it for some of the people who are more moody to get the sandstone and do the fine sandstone floors for the bedrooms. Or this to make them even more impressive. Like, the art's usually the easy way where you just have people work on the art. What are your priorities, Jaywalker? You mine when available and you art after. That's probably the big thing here, is we're just not getting art made because we don't have people who are focused on art almost exclusively. And honestly, with as much as we don't need mining right now, I'm going to have Jaywalker take over as art as their primary role. Just make a bunch of art stuff so we can make the place prettier so that we can get ahead of those. Do you like the cube? The cube is fun. We haven't had the cube this run. The cube is pretty manageable, though. If you research it aggressively, you can just knock people out with anesthesia and then destroy the cube when it gets down to it. Speaking of which, everyone's back up in action. Let's just go ahead and summon the next anomaly. So you're at 140. You're probably my best one there. Alright, let's do it. Let's get an anomaly summoned. Destroy it? Why would you destroy the cube? Eventually everyone will become obsessed with it, and it ends up causing lots of problems for your colony once enough people become obsessed with it. The sphere is your bane of your existence, Thieves. It ends up ruining my colony, and that's what this is. This is the Nociosphere bunker. Pretty straightforward. The Nociosphere, you push the button, and everyone gets in their one-by-one room and locks the door, puts their head between their legs, and begins to openly weep. Cool, we found more steel. I'm just thinking the flesh heart would be like the worst thing for this colony to deal with. Death Pall. I see there's a turtle down there. Do we have any other corpses on the map at all? I think that's literally the only corpse we have. Okay. So what we'll just do is, for right now, auto slaughter. Just turn that off. So we don't kill any Muffalo for them to resurrect. And otherwise, for assignments for our location, just stay in home base and stay in home base. And I think literally that turtle might be the only thing on the entire map. We can go to anomaly. Yeah, so we'll have the Shamblers get up again and again out here. But that shouldn't matter. I only got a handful of animals out there and nothing that's dead in here at all. So... Because I've already killed everything and effectively wiped out most life on our map, it's just not really that big of an issue for me. Alright, well, that'll be an easy one. I could research this thing almost instantly. So study. Turn the study back on of that. And then... Can I set all of these to study easily? No. Yeah, I'll leave you two on study so at least some research is happening. Okay, copy settings. Link. Paste. Cool. So that is now done. That storage room is done. This storage room is basically done. So next they should be working on that hospital. Is it bad, Love Cube? The cube is pretty fun, meme one. Like, I do enjoy the cube's meminess. Oh no. Not the hair getting back up. The tortoise and the hare are back. They'll just keep dying and resurrecting this whole time. I'm honestly surprised some of these animals we've had haven't had old age as a concern. Tortoise and hare speaking memes? Oh yeah, no, I caught it. Tortoise and the hare were back and ready for more troublemaking. Alright, so once they finish that bedroom, this is meant to be a room for bioregeneration. I'm just going to enclose this hallway so that enemies basically have to go this way or through my walls. It was quite the hair-raising event. I see what you did there. I'm not going to say I approve of it, but I do in fact see what you did there. Eclipse. Fair enough. Why not have Death Paw, Resurrection, Eclipse, and Volcanic Winter overlapping? It's fine. I don't really care one way or the other. Your pawn got infected by the cube somewhere and never got cured. He completed the run with me infected. Nice. You just can't have one thing with Katana and make it special. Yeah, to be fair, the Death Paw Resurrection is my fault. I did summon that one. Not it specifically, just I summoned an anomaly event because it felt like a good time to summon an anomaly event. Because then I gotta make the decision. I believe... I'm trying to remember, once we complete the anomaly ending, if we could still get anomalies showing up. I might have to go into my settings and crank them way up to make it worthwhile. But yeah. Yeah, no, I have no idea. I wouldn't be surprised if there were edge cases you could run into with, like, anomaly and all that. Oh, it's just the lighting is being weird. Groot's genes finished regrowing. Let's get the next person in here. Meanwhile, we finished the kidney again. So, Operation Install Right Kidney is go. Attempt number 3. We've got our best doctor on it again. Starship sensors. I was really bummed. I was excited about popping the Noctil event. Oh good, we actually got it this time. I was excited about the Noxel event triggering during the ship launch on our last run, and I was real salty that the anomaly things were just leaving alone the regular attack. It's like that's a clever thing, because it doesn't last the whole time. It only lasts like 3 or 4 or 5 days or something like that tops. And so it's kind of just one of those things that was just like, aw, come on, man. If I can get your various things to fight each other, that should be fine. Because that takes some work to line that up. Because for those who don't know the ship, it's literally 15 days of you getting attacked like once or twice each day. Like you get attacked at very, very rapidly. Persona Core offer. I'm not worried about that right now. Most of the ashes settled, so the volcanic winter is over. The eclipse is over, so now we're just down to Deathpall. Alright. Don't bank that. Let's get Illicit NZ in there next. They're banking it anyways. I don't like that. At least I could sell from these, so I just have the bunch of extra banks. And then when Illicit NZ is done, we're going to take a look and see if we can't do anything interesting with all the genes we've been collecting. Alright, Knobs, you get a good one. You sleep well. Thank you again for tuning in. Which now I look at, Tomb should be home pretty close to any time now. And when she gets home, I will run downstairs real fast and do all that. Beautiful nudist who is delicate and psychically deaf, incapable of violence, and they are a hussar. I will heal you up. I do not want you to stay. Because you are a mixed bag of self-conflicting things. The Hussar is the xenotype that is basically completely and utterly designed to be a combat thing, and they are a pacifist Hussar. Do not stay. You are not welcome here. I can certainly use the genes that you have, but I don't, like, with as many pawns as I have, I don't really want to. Passive, but do they Zerk mental break? Yeah, the pacifists can still have violent mental breaks. Meanwhile, let's go to our animals, turn back on auto slaughter, so max 2, max 6, and we're good. You're getting hungry. We'll deal with that in a minute. Distress signal, I don't care anymore. They both just have a little while longer, and then you'll just go away, and then we'll let everyone back out. Yeah, no, there's a bunch of those, like, breaks that shouldn't... You know, the person has a disposition of not being violent and all these other things, but yet they still will be. Alright, so... We have elbow blades and all that. Strong immunity, I would put that in, but I already have one. Never mind, I'm gonna put it in anyways. Can I have an elbow blade? I'm genuinely curious. No. So if you have tentacle arms, you cannot have an elbow blade. Which does make sense. So let's give you an elbow blade left. We do have another leg. Is there anyone here who is missing a lot of toesies? Yeah, so you're missing a whole lot of toesies. So you're probably getting this leg. You also have a scar on your leg, worth mentioning. Let's do the scar leg first. So you get the bionic leg right. Okay, so recombine. So we've got some stuff in here. With the elongated fingers. The super fast wound healing robust and the great shooting would be amazing if I can make it work. I don't think we can. So reduce pain, awful social for. I don't think I can get enough negatives in here. Awful mining. I don't think I get enough negatives in here to make that possible, because that's -8. I would love to do that, but I need to get more negatives to even make that remotely possible. We also need to get a gene processor in here. Because fast healing robust reduced pain with, or sorry, fast healing robust with great shooting is a real strong combat setup. So meanwhile, now that we have that, we could delete these doors and walls to make this whole hallway open. Because this is all enclosed now. And then we're going to go through here real fast and go orders, paint floor, grab our stripe, bring it through. Cool. They did leave on their own, and there's no more dangerous animals down there, so do this and schedule, and do this. That way they keep tidying up outside, and we're good to go. Yeah, super fast, healing, robust. We could do poor social. We could do awful mining. And that still would leave us 2 points behind. Which would be, like, we can handle the food load. The issue is, the reason I don't like making it so my pawns have a higher hunger rate is the time lost of them running to grab the food, stopping and eating the food, often is more of a burden than the actual loss of the food. But I gotta get more negative stats there. Cool, so we got that. So here, floors, sterile floors. I apparently don't have enough silver in the colony, which surprises me, but that's okay. We can deal with that. And you're still going on that plasteel. Alright. And then once this room gets done, then this is going to be our bionic regeneration room. Hey, Night High Lord. You know, the other thing I could do is I could literally just expand this room to this length to increase the hospital size. Let's just do that. So literally just go down here like this. And then we'll delete the wall, we'll put down the sterile floors, yada yada yada. Like, temporarily, what I might actually do is the limestone dresser can honestly get out of here. That's when this was my barracks. So we can just disassemble the dresser, add a door here for right now, and then start getting this floored, and once it's floored, we'll tear out that wall, floor up the last little bit of it. We'll get it sorted. Meanwhile, I need lights. Cool. Alright. So remain good progress there. O10 is on the fence. Supreme Expectations, 8 without table. As always. You have a chemical want. The marriage is on. Jaywalker and Cerise the Mage are getting married. Cool. Go drink some Psy tea real fast. Keep that drug want under control. Honestly, I could say the biggest, smallest change in the latest DLC is the dynamics of lights. Oh yeah, like, just the change of how important lights are now really changes a lot. Like, lights you did almost purely for a cosmetic thing, and because your characters would complain, being like, no, the room is dark. And now you're just like, look man, it's fine. Alright, so this pump is already done, so deconstruct that one. Ship passing by, we can go ahead and have Randall Thor take care of that. But like now having lights have a like critical function to keep you alive, to like counter certain dangerous events and all that, has really changed that. Alright, so there goes our masterwork marine armor, finally wearing down to its last little bit. So we'll get rid of that. Very unhappy roar voice. No. There's not a second part to that, just the answer's no. The answer's just no on that one. Don't lights also affect walk speed? Yeah, but it's usually not that big a deal. Like, you'd make sure you have light in your crafting room, and it can be worth putting them into, like, a main hallway or whatever. But, like, nowadays where you want your whole base to be well lit, that just wasn't worth the effort back then. Like, me putting... Because especially, we didn't used to have the wall lights without mods, so I'd have to put a light in the middle of this room, and in the middle of this room, and probably 2, 3 in the middle of these rooms. That it just ended up being a thing that you're like, eh... Yeah, so we're going to expand this room out, make our hospital bigger. I surprisingly actually do need silver now. Oh, hey now, don't do this. I'll let you finish building that shelf, but this is ordnance only on these shelves. Strike creativity. So I only have the 2 mortars. Yeah, so everyone's grabbing those steel chunks because keep getting all sorts of stuff crashing everywhere. Is there any areas that aren't covered I probably should get covered here? I could put another sensor here. Yeah, let's do it. So you put another sensor right here, covering this part of the map. Put a sensor there, covering that. Yep, so when we have revenants, I can literally be able to tell down to a spot about that big of where it is with how much that's growing. Alright, Draconic, it's time for you to jump in the machine. It's round robin with these. Every time someone becomes available, hop in the machine. Bulk trade good caravan approaching. Alright, I need to have... Oh, bulk trades? I could probably sell like a big old pile of buffalo wool or whatever. Get us some cash. Alright. So let's see here. I don't really have need for a lot of that. I could definitely go with selling a bunch of random leather we picked up over time. Go ahead and take the muffalo stuff. You only have like 900 bucks, friend. Look. I'm gonna need you to come back with more crap for me to buy. Alright? That's what I need from you, friendo. Is I need you to come back with stuff for me to buy. Why do you have, like, nothing worthwhile? Look, man, I need more cash. I need you to show up and bring money with you next time. Alright, so good news is our piling of raw food is sorted temporarily because we sold it all. We're getting tons and tons and tons of package meals made. Is there a second trader? No, that's the Empire. They're just looking for gold and slaves. And I don't deal in either, so they show up and you're like, go away. Oh, here. I need to do this. I always forget to do this these days. I'm trying to remember where it was we can do this. It was under quest, wasn't it? Reward preferences. Okay. Tell factions what kind of rewards you want in future quests. Does not affect quests that were already offered. I don't want honor. There we go. Because I don't mind doing goodwill quests. If it's either a quest that's like super easy, so I'm just gonna knock it out. You know, getting some free goodwill for something is gonna do anyways. Like, oh, keep this person in your colony for a week. It's like, yeah, I'll take the goodwill. It's fine. But then if it's like an actual like, fight this 3X mech cluster, I'm like, nah, man. Here's the deal. If you're offering me like mech heal serum, mech resurrection serum, doomsday launcher, triple rock, like, give me something worthwhile. Orbital beacon. It's like, yeah, we'll talk. I'll do that. But if they go up, it's like, I'll do all that, and I will give you, hear me out, just wait for it, 10 standings for fighting 3x clusters. And it's like, no, that's terrible. That's like, I would like you to paint a mural across this giant 10-story building. How does a $5 sound? A whole $5. Get yourself a nice, crisp $5. It's like, no, man. What the hell's wrong with you? Why would anyone agree to that? Alright. So with that, bear with me, chat. My wife should be home right around now, so I'm going to quickly take my little 5-minute break that I take towards, like, the first quarter of the stream. So I'm going to take 2, 3, 4, 5-minute break real fast, run downstairs, welcome my wife home, quickly throw food in the oven, all that kind of stuff, and I'll be right back. Yeah, we can pay you in exposure. You can put your giant mural on the side of the wall here and put your name on it. I do ask that your name be no taller than 2 inches tall by 6 inches wide. I know it's a several 100 feet building in all directions, but you know, we don't want it too big. All right, I'll be back in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back.
Not really. I cannot see in the grass at all. No, I was really depending on you not being there anymore. I really need you to get away from my car. Oh, that's it. Well, no, when I turned to go north there and I saw that was a full-on horde, or like a full-on...
One prisoner is rioting. Oh. Well. I blinked. That's window shall forever give me nightmares. That is the, like, I've been to the prison before a number of times. Not at like, this is my first time here at 16 times pop. I don't even think I've been here at insane pop. But all right, we clear? Clear? Let's give that window a good look. Right. Wait. I can hit them through that? Wait, is that actually a thing? That better not be a thing. I'm just hitting the window, right? Yeah, I'm hitting the window, not them. I was about to say, like, what the hell? If I could just stab them through the window and they would just keep lining up, I'm like, that'd be the cheesiest cheese. This is a dangerous game, Rual. Yes. The good news is those windows are durable as hell. Like, I don't think the zombies are capable of destroying those windows. Okay. Good job, man. So we got a bamboo. So prisoner, begin converting them. So let's see. They're a tough child. And they want to be in the mines. All right. That thematically fits this in a very uncomfortable sort of way. They're constantly like, I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. And there we have it. Next clip. We got 48 beavers. 39 plus 9. 48 for the population. So another dare drop knocked out of the park. This is going to be a fiasco. Yep, I cannot make out at all who is winning that fight or what's happening with any of that. So, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh! What? Retreat back here? We're probably dead here. Reverse kill box, question mark? No, because they're just gonna come in from the side. I do not have a good position to do anything. I didn't even see them drop over here. That is so many. And they are all rocking guns. Okay, and the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna declare a variable. And we're gonna declare that variable of a type integer. And we're going to set its value to input 1. Don't forget your semicolon. Venus is death. And by that I mean Venus is not dead. I didn't say early game spears are made of glass. That's being insulting to the durability of glass. Because individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was like... I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played. Well, that's not gonna help us. Yep. It's probably fine. That'll almost certainly not have any repercussions for us, having the entire group of guests who are going to stay. Die from heat stroke. My colonists are doing fine, so I don't know what their problem is. Maybe they should just have made themselves out of tougher stuff. Something has happened in our world. Something is really bad in our world. Oh no. What has happened here? So I'm gonna hit escape. Where are you? Clear all raw resources. Yes. And it's all better like nothing ever happened. What is that time span? But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. But what would happen is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go through the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you'd have to... Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical assistance.
All right, and we are back. So let's see what we got going on. Good waiting for your wife to get home from work. Cool. Make the mural an advertisement and earn $15,000 from another source. Oh yeah, that's I've run into that at different times in my life. It's usually like city government stuff that they're like, we want to do this big project. Let's see what we can do to like get artists to donate their time. And usually I'll have a whole bunch of people be like, or hear me out. We could pay the artists. You can pay the people to do their job, you know. That was one of the cities here in Central Florida was doing a contest to where they got a whole bunch of artists together to, you know, basically do up drawings for like different redesigns for their flag, the city flag. And they're getting all this, and there was a pretty big outcry, like, you're gonna pay them, right? You're gonna pay them, right? Because I don't think they're gonna have like their signature on the flag that they make over there. They did ultimately pay them, like pay the artist under like a lot of pressure, but it was only when people were like, this is not okay, and people started getting really, really mean about it. Okay, well at least it's turtles this time, because we just had a Manhunter pack of like right around this size when we went to grab one of these, but it was Lynx's last time. We almost lost Otan. Rightly so, pay the artist. Exactly, that's the whole thing. It's like your city has a large population of graphic artists in it. Like, it's a tech hub, and so you've got tons of graphic artists who are going to be making these. Pay them. It's not that hard. And it's not like this is a tiny little city who is for want. It's like, no, you've got a pretty decent number of people here. Like, you can easily pay them if you really want to. Alright, meanwhile, you just run away. They're turtles, you're faster. They do a thing if you supply the money. Exactly. Yeah, exposure and experience doesn't pay the rent. Well, that's the thing. It was like, but they, you know, the argument is like, but they get like, you know, they'll be able to like say, hey, I designed that flag. I'm like, you know what's more important? If you're gonna do like the whole exposure thing, for that to make any sense, which I still would discourage people from doing anything for exposure, but for that to make any kind of sense, you sorry, I'm just trying to, make sure that shelf was reconfigured. For that to make any kind of sense, one, your name actually has to be attached to it so that it can advertise your name actively on the product. And then two, the thing that is there needs to be so substantially large, it just, like, it will more than make up for the money you're not getting, which is usually where most of these things happen, is either one, your name isn't attached to it, so only people see the original message even though it did have anything, or two, it's like, okay, you get your name on it, but can you actually turn that name into a meaningful increase in business on a fairly guaranteed thing? It's like, no. They're turtles, but not ninjas. You're fine. So surprisingly, this is like, we're fine, I could walk away, but there's a good chance they will overrun our box because the turtles are hard to hit and real tanky. Let's see, paying local artists, the city is going to make back a significant part of the money and taxes paid there. Yep. Well, that was some of the pressure, and like it moved on to a thing that there were different districts in that same like larger metropolitan area that people were getting kind of annoyed because there was you know, like all the communication boxes, electrical boxes, that there are these like big like either beige or green or whatever eyesores. And so what they ultimately started doing is they started paying artists to basically get one of the electrical boxes and they could paint it up and do all that sort of stuff. And it ended up being a really good thing for the local businesses and all that because you get all these like murals and all that. It kind of added a little bit of tourism where people wanted to come in and see like all the different art designs and all that. And it was just this whole thing that like really all that happened was the money kind of went out and came back kind of thing. But in the meantime, people got to eat and pay rent and all that. Yeah, so I saw a thing on Facebook one time where an office replied to the whole payment with exposure said, "Quick, who drew Washington's face on the dollar bill? Can't tell me? They have more exposure than you could ever give me." I'm not an artist, but it was awesome. Yeah. Well, that's the problem. Like, the only way exposure works is if you can immediately and directly turn that exposure into money. So, like, it can be one of those things that you don't pay for this thing over here, but that is going to immediately put your name directly in a place that you want your name so that you can acquire farther business. But just, like, putting your name on some building or on, like, the cover art or something isn't going to make you more money. Turtles take so long to kill. They take so long to feed into the kill box too. It was a great idea, decorative boxes. Oh, it was great. Like that part of town, like it was never in like particularly bad shape, but it literally drove tourism to that specific district of town. And so they end up having effectively like this big swell in their local economy. Because, you know, Central Florida is very tourism-oriented, so it drew a lot of people to that part of town, which is pretty fantastic. And like a lot of the stuff on those boxes is really top-notch stuff. Not all artists are artists for the money. Hear me out, though. I personally am not one who believes that, like, if you do the work, you should still be paid. I find that, you know, because people do stuff for a passion, they usually get taken advantage of. It's part of what's happening in the gaming industry, so far as, like, game dev. Because it's considered a passion job, that so many of them are, frankly, not paid well, not treated well. There's no job security, all those kind of things. Whereas if you look into other forms of software dev, it's way, way, way more reasonable. But it's just when people are passionate about something, they're ripe for exploitation. So whether or not it's for the money doesn't mean they shouldn't be paid. Yeah, as Mick's saying, is expecting free art because they love it is basically exploitation. Yep. They still put in the hours to do the work. Like, until enjoying my job pays the bills, then it doesn't matter. It's the same reason. Until exposure pays my bills, it's worthless. And I get that kind of thing as a content creator. Is you'll have people's like, hey, you know, we want you to do a 4-hour stream of this and this and this, and you know, do all this sort of stuff. And you're like, cool. All right, well, here's my normal sponsor rate. And they're like, oh, well, we figured like you'd really want to do this because like you get your name out there. And it's like, look, man, I'm not looking for exposure. I'm looking to get paid. I love what I do, but the power company doesn't accept my joy as a form of payment. Shelter for friends. So you just want me to have 3 people live here for a while, and you're willing to give me stuff. You know, I'll do that because that's like a not thing. So schedule, recreation. It said they wouldn't work, so have a nice time. Now let's do what we always do. Are you upset? Yeah, so you're upset about the weapon you're wielding, so drop it. What about you? Okay, is your ideology against social drugs? They don't seem to have any stance on drugs whatsoever. Okay, that's all I'm checking, because a number of times I've had people show up from this type of quest, and then they're wielding a weapon, they're like, I despise this weapon, and they're just losing their mind, and then they run into the other room, and they take some Psi T, and then they, you know, get upset because they used a drug, and you're like, look, man, I didn't tell you to. You brought this on yourself. Alright, for just a moment, pause that. Where's the fire? Why is it warning me that there's a fire down there? And the reason I paused all of this because I wanted to go down and patch the hole in the kill box first. That's not what I wanted to do, it's what I did. In hindsight, don't do this, this, or this out of that material. Go structure, uranium. There we go. Because the uranium's stronger. So we're going to take those tiles we keep breaking because of just the sheer amount of bullets we're throwing at our targets. And make them out of uranium instead. Alright, we got more people's genes regrowing to have them pop into the machines. I need more negatives. That's why I need gene-wise. I need more negatives. We got some amazing positives, but I need negatives to offset them. Alright. Sneaking in 1 or 2 tiles that I missed, it's fine. Alright. Machine persuasion. Alright. Like, we're literally at the point we could build the ship and send it pretty soon. Just builds the ship, fills it with horrible anomalies, and ships it off. Be the source in Aliens the movie of like where the Xenos come from. Be like, hey man, let's Noah Ark these. That said, it'd be hard to make any meaningful ship. I think the best place we might be able to fit a ship up here a little bit. Sounds like Event Horizon. I haven't played Event Horizon. We could actually probably fit it down here too. I don't have many places I could build the ship. I might build the ship even if we don't launch it, just to have it kind of thing. Just, again, like shove the ship up here somewhere. That's, I wish there's a mod that it's not been updated for a number of versions called Save Our Ship. Save Our Ship 2, I'm sorry. It's always the one I wanted to see, like, you know, properly get some love and all that, but I don't want aggressive. Aggressive's not worth it. Aggressive and negative I hate. I hate the aggressive trait. I want my entire colony to slowly melt down by social fights trait. It's manageable. It's not as bad as I'm making out to be. But it's definitely one of those traits you get that you're like, oh man, this thing's just trouble. What are you building? Oh, proximity detectors. Well, they're working on it. Alright, our bioferrite is high enough to get another room done. And they've got most of these floors smoothed out now. It'll work at getting the striping put into more places. So your all-time favorite movies? Yeah, I don't have like an opinion on it. It was just, I don't watch many movies. So it's one of those things that became more and more of like just, all right, haul that toxic waste bag so it's not holding the door open, please. It's just one of the movies I didn't end up seeing and therefore hasn't really weighed in on much so far as things I'm into and all that. And how goes the tree? Yes, the tree is slowly managing the pollution. And we're doing our best to try and get that handled. I don't think it'll be too much longer before I'm going to want to expand the storage in here, because I don't want to get close to that being full and then deal with it, just so it's not like too little too late. Cool, so the kill box is all sorted. So allow that again. Allow this again. Allow that again. Cool. Heat super tolerant and poor animals. And the only other one is the ghoul, which is dangerous to put in there. So, I wish I got poor animals by itself, because that might be worth doing. Because we could do poor social, awful mining. First skin is apparently a positive. Oh, because of temperature resistance. Slow study and aggressive does give me a lot of points. I really don't like aggressive. Because this is what I'm thinking here. Where is the other one? I want to kind of do something like this, where we get the great shooting, robust super healing, so just a really strong combat pawn, and then just take a whole bunch of negatives to manage it. Because like with the crafting and all that, I'm just remove tongue, and it's great. I thought with aggressive, they just social fight anyway. Like that's the whole problem, is aggressive just randomly kicks off into social fights and all that, and they have more breaks that are violent. Secret Mechanator Megaplex. I also just realized I queued up to expand this don't expand this hospital anymore. Because I've already got this one basically set up to become the new hospital. So link, critical clear, medicine, body parts. And now I'll turn this back to colonists. At which point, it means I basically have 2 hospitals now. And the risk here is you can run into the problem where this hospital has this medicine and that hospital has that medicine and all that kind of stuff. Actually, so unlink this one on the side here, storage. You specifically, when it comes to manufactured medicines, you're here for the glitter and the medical. The other ones can be just whatever, but always dedicate one to the good stuff. So hopefully we'll get enough of this in here. So we got a bionic eye there. Yeah, the one I like is I really like Dead Calm. Okay, so we got a bionic arm. Oh, you were guests. Do we have anyone who's got an arm that's pretty badly banged up? What's your deal? You'll figure it out. That's what your deal is. So you're missing some toes and stuff. Alright, let's go start working on you. Let's give you one of these arms. Because you got all the scars that are causing you pain. Let's get those patched up one by one. I can do the bioregeneration, which is what this room is going to be. But, I usually like to use the bioregeneration for stuff like torso scars and stuff like that you can't just heal up by throwing a bionic limb on them or something. Alright. Cool. This crater is definitely a Muffalo love zone. A Muffalo, if you will. This is kind of right. Yeah, there's no lack of Muffalo in here. Let's see, if you need to choose various non-important Bart organ here and there. Nobody's the wiser. Right, what? Eek. Nah, we don't do any type of like cannibalism, organ harvesting, or anything like that. I am liking getting the elbow blades and all that. You know what? I will go down here and say, hey, feel free to make extra ordnance if you get that far. So those are set now, so stop storing these on the floor. Everything out here just dies in pollution, little by little. Alright, and you're finishing up this area. So while you're doing that, I'm going to go here and say floors, paved. Yeah, because we're using the paved tile. Oh, I can't go up that far. We're using the paved tile to mark the, like the warning stripes. Those warning stripes have no functional purpose. It's cosmetic. This run is not like, you know, going full challenge run or anything like that. We have a thematic challenge. We're just memeing up on it. Slowly but surely, I'm making the containment larger and larger. It hasn't seen much progress in a little while. I'm finding I actually disagree with how much the anomaly's default is now, like how low it is. Because I feel like I have to kind of force the issue to get any meaningful amount of participation from anomaly now. Which you can adjust it, I just need to figure out where the sweet spot is. But it is, that's low quality, get it out of here. Only good art. Disparaging prisoners. You'll give me a resurrection Mechrus. Oh my god. That is a rate of 100 people. Okay. But we can get Craven Horde back if we do this. The downside is I will need to keep 9 prisoners, which is a lot of prisoners to manage. How long do I have to decide? 7 days. So it'll be 2 raids of this side. So they're basically, yeah, I'm not worried about the food. The food's fine. It's more just dealing with all the fighting and then just getting that food to the prisoners. That's going to be like a poor warden's full-time job. How long do I have to keep him here? 20 days. One trooper will be placed under your control. Ah, good. You're going to give me a person to help. But you're going to give me a mech resurrection serum, a mountain of plasteel, the monosword. I wonder if the bioferrite or the monosword is better. Because the bioferrite is actually really good. You take this quest? Oh yeah, no, I'm probably gonna take the quest. So the problem with checking the bioferrite sword is it has properties it doesn't actually show, because it's 95% armor penetration, 24.57 damage per second. Versus the monosword is not that. So the monosword is definitely a downgrade than the bioferrite. Like, they're not even in a similar league. Do it for the plot? Oh yeah, no, we're definitely gonna do it. I'm just waiting to give them a second to start dealing with that prison and getting it read, though. Yeah, that's literally... I'm gonna try and do that, because with them all being tribals, I feel like we can manage it. The good news is we're also getting our hospital set up. So we'll have a field hospital ready. Honestly, you know what? This might be a mistake. I'm going to move all the Glitter World and Good Medicine down here. And this will just be the backup hospital. I do hope that a lot of this, it'll end up being easier to manage. Yeah, so we've got all that. We've got roadways that go everywhere. That's just not going to be a priority right now. And that's limestone brick. We don't have too much more of that we need. You're getting angry because you have chemical fascination and you haven't done drugs recently, so you're getting a whole lot of grouchy because of that. So storage here. Ah, I see. So all the drugs got flagged as on. Okay, so not all drugs on. Heal Mech Serum, Go Juice, Luciferum, Mind Numb, Metal Blood, Resurrection Serum, Void Sight. I'm missing one. Juggernaut. Ghoul Resurrection. Okay, get the rest of this crap out of here. You know what it might be? If we have a raid that waits out of here of 100 people, that'd be a good time to use the Tox Grenade, or Tox ones. Yeah, let's plan for that. So, clear these. Set you to Tox Shells. Clear these, set you to Tox Shells. Because that way, if they stay out here, we just drop the Tox Grenades on them en masse. If they run in immediately, I'm not going to be able to line up a mortar shot anyways. So that's a good way to give them all a really severe penalty. Because even if you don't kill them with a Tox buildup, if you get that Tox buildup to like 30-40%, it's a lot. Can I show the pawn sword one more time? Sure. Yeah, so 24.57. Oh yeah, so then there's blunt, point, and edge cut. Which then the idea is the blunt is the only one that does terrible damage. Meanwhile, if we look at the mono sword, yeah, so it does all of them. Because I remember there's certain ones that, certain weapons, if you make them out of different materials, will actually have different attacks. Yeah, they had severe. Well, that's the idea, is we would hammer them pretty hard. Yes, let's get people back under restrictions to Area 1. So that when we do that... Because the good news is, being a tribal raid, I don't have to worry about them drop-potting in on me. They're a tribal raid. At least they shouldn't be able to. Where's... Oh, you're doing all construction back here, aren't you? Don't do that yet. Don't do this yet. I just need them to get these beds done. Okay, so now they're starting to work on those beds. Because once we get the beds, because I'm going to have 9 prisoners, I just want to have enough beds to put the prisoners in. But food-wise, there should be relatively fine. And all that good stuff. Because we're honestly getting right around time for our next corn harvest. And more than likely, we'll go like 10-15 days before the raids show up. Because that's usually how it works, is with those ones where like, hey, this person's going to stay here, and then you're going to get hit with 2 raids. They usually get like 2/3 the way through before any combat happens. And then usually the attacks will happen like back to back, which is a real danger, because maybe I'm set up well to handle that, and we get through the first one without a problem. And then the second one rolls in, and then, you know, you're still softened up, and it's enough to overwhelm you. Which is also how the ship event works. Like, most of those attacks you get during the end ship event individually are not that big of a threat. But it's that they hammer you, you only get to recover like 60, 70, 80% of the way, and then they hit you again, then you only get to recover 60, 70% of the way. And so towards the end, you're like, really on the fence. Why are you not taking these animals out of here, by the way? We've got a ton of people on handling, at least we used to. Wait, where's my pen marker? Huh. Must have got destroyed at some point and for some reason didn't get rebuilt. Here, just build that real fast so you can get these animals out of the hospital so they stop messing up the floor. Yeah, no, I guess it got destroyed at some point. I don't know if it has, like, it's queued up to be rebuilt somewhere. I don't actually really care one way or the other. There we go. That way they stop making a mess of this floor. Alright. Masterwork bed for the prisoners. Dead Life Dust is done. So we have Insanity Weapon. So meanwhile, we can turn Study back off on you. Alright. So, Resurrection Mech Serum. The quest is accepted. The prisoners have arrived. They're all being dumped out here, which is unfortunate. Is there anyone we're missing? Okay, so that should be all the prisoners. Let's get everyone quickly into the back. Because it'd be my luck that I would be carrying them all up and a raid would show up and just yoink them. Unrelated to the quest, just a random raid rolling in. Okay, prisoner. Convert. 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 Yep. Uh-huh. Sure thing. Because someone's going to gain a lot of social skill while this is all happening. Cool, and that should be correct, because that's 10 beds. We got 9. And for the moment, let's get some extra wardens in here. Just because I'm worried about that. So you gave me one person. This is who you sent. A delicate wimp who's not good at shooting. Thanks, man. I appreciate your vote and confidence in helping me in these trying times. They gave me a delicate wimp to help with the operation. Do I have weapons that I'm not too attached to that I can give these 3 to help out? Yeah, you know what, actually? You're incapable of violence. Have a nerve spiker. Why can you not equip? Oh, it's not gonna let me equip because they're looking at their auto pistol being like, it's a decent weapon. So Earl can't do anything, but everyone else can get involved. So that's good news. All right. When we beat him up, he'll drop his auto pistol? Yeah, but a lot of times if you attack someone who is a guest, when you knock him down or do enough damage to him, it can trigger the others to attack you, which will automatically fail the quest. Because they're from a different quest. Let's see, are there consequences if you give the Wimp Soldier Go Juice or Metal Blood? Only if I think they won't have a problem with it. I don't think that'll matter one way or the other. Realistically with this fight, ultimately it's going to be, the first one I should probably be able to handle no problem, but it's a question of what state my defenses are after the first one and when the second one arrives. Because if they're in a really sorry state because of just how much fighting happened, that could prove to be a major problem. Oh man, you're getting through this real fast. We'll make talk shells as well. Gonna make incendiary shells as well. That way I have, like, whatever fight type we're dealing with, I have ways of throwing stuff at it. Because, like, when you have a siege down here, incendiary shells, if I remember correctly, so it's like the explosive shell's the most straight up damage, but smallest area of effect. So they're like this big. The incendiary shells make fire, and they're probably about that big. So if you're just trying to spread a bunch of damage over everything, that works, which it works great, because if you hit their ordnance, you could potentially explode their ordnance inside their group. And then the Tox Grenades ones are like that big, but they don't do any direct damage. They give a status debuff that can become lethal if, you know, it's allowed to stack enough. Alright. So we're getting all our corn settled. It's honestly also potentially looking like it might be time to expand this farm. Which, like, we're really not going to be able to take... Like, this is all rich soil through the middle here. That's the reason why it's built in that weird long pattern. But I'm not really going to be able to take advantage of this part of it very much anyways. So it'd be just regular soil. So it'd probably be growing, like, potatoes over here. I don't think it would spread it, like, everywhere. I'm really surprised we haven't had animal starvation problems for our animals outside of here with how much I keep eating up more and more and more of the area that they use to keep fed. Yes, we're looking at a rate of about 100. Because this is 70. And it's roughly this size, by the way. Yeah, because these two together is 70. That's our 27 on top of that, so that's 97, 98. So we're just a smidge shy of a full 100. And I'm mostly doing it for the Mech Resurrection Serum because we got Craven Horde in here. And if I can manage to resurrect Craven Horde, it means the band is back together again. How are we doing in power, by the way? Oh, we have like 6,000 extra power, right? I built the other thing up there. So biotech. No, ideology. Yeah, biosculptor. We get 2 of those lined up. I won't worry about them too much right now, but we'll start getting the biosculptors. So that after this, we can start getting people who've got like scars on their body that we can't heal and that. Start having them, you know, get their scars fixed. Like I won't waste it on fingers and toes and all that because I'll just, you know, replace missing limbs and all that with that kind of stuff. All right, right arm, so we can install. Where are you? I see there's a right arm. Oh, it's not finished. What am I doing? It's fine. All right. So you have an elbow blade. And it'll give Kitten Karma an elbow blade. And that's all that way if they get tied up into melee, they can actually defend themselves. Would be nice, but 100 raiders seems rough. Oh, we've already accepted it. They're on their way. Also, it's 200 because it's 2 rounds of 100-ish. Realistically, they probably won't show up to like the last 5-6 days. So as I'm doing these surgeries and all that, I'm only going to do 1 person at a time. That way, worst case, if we do run into a situation, it'll be just the 1 person I gotta deal with. All right. Basically, the plan is to have no more than 1 person incapacitated at any time until this is done. Because also keep in mind, the raiders we have coming, I believe, are tribal. So we're going to have a very large number of unarmored targets. So I should be able to mostly tie them up at the door. And if they do push in, you know, flamethrowers happen. Actually, let's double check. Jones League, is that imps? Don't be imps, don't be imps, don't be imps. It is imps, never mind. We will not be using fire to deal with them. Because that would be a waste of time and effort. Sorry about that. One thing I can do is security. put a Tox IED in here. So that way when they run and they set that off, it fills this whole area up with Tox. I don't know if I could set up enough of these to make it worthwhile. But I tried to keep it far enough back that when this sets up, it shouldn't get into range of any of the rest of our people, because that's its radius. So I'm keeping it back enough that our melee pawn should be well outside of the Tox cloud. And one by one, we are converting our guests over to our cause. Yeah, with them already converted, it shouldn't bother them anymore since they already agree with us. The other reason I accepted this is because they have paralytic abasia as opposed to just showing up. That many prisoners, if they didn't have the paralytic abasia for that time. Oh, that's actually early. So there we go. 89 targets. All right. The formerly known as children. You know what time it is. I need you to put as much toxic as you can right in... Oh, extract the shell. As much toxic as you can. I want it... Don't... There. I want it to target the ground, not the people. Breathe it in, friends. Breathe it in. Because the more toxic buildup they get, the more it hurts their consciousness and their combat ability. I don't care. You need to keep on it.
Thank you, Andrew B1TS, for subscribing for 13 months.
Thank you, Andrew Bits.
1 year and 1 month.
For the tier 1 sub. Yeah, that's 1 year, 1 month you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate the continued support. It does mean a lot. So thank you so much for the continued support. And I do hope you're enjoying your advertisement for viewing as well as access to the emotes. I mean, you clearly wanted them because you paid for it. But thank you so much for that. Yeah, so we're just trying to do this to penalize them as much as we possibly can. Like right now, most of them are only getting to initial. And they do stack. When they stack, it does a lot of toxic buildup much faster. Okay, the beginning of their assault. Okay. So we didn't knock any, but that's fine. I wasn't actually expecting to knock any. Let's get our stunners in position. Pile everyone else up in between here. Our expendable person goes there. And basically, we want to fill every single available spot with as much firepower as possible. We are going with the Death Star strategy of, if it pokes its head in the door, I want every gun hitting it at the same time. Alright, front row is handled. Back row is getting filled. And that's everyone. Yeah, so not that much build-up, unfortunately. Most of them got to, like, their teens and so. Which is some penalty. We'll see how good this does. Oh, don't we have a yak in here? Groots. Run to position as fast as you can. The... I'm not doing that with the expectation the turtle's going to do anything worthwhile. I want to get it where they're splitting back and forth or getting pulled into combat earlier. Yeah, look at that. Oh, they are all melee. I did not anticipate that. You two are switching positions right now. So you can be center so everyone gets the buff. You're not positioned correctly. Come on. Yeah, so I've got them all scattered around by using that turtle. There, we got a nice little rolling offensive there. So instead of everyone shooting the same target, they're just kind of picking a little bit here and there. Alright, it's going nicely. Okay. First wave is defeated. Cool. Wait. Excuse me? Are you really trying to... That was weird. Like, one of them was like, I'll take another go at it. Alright. Yeah, and that's the only reason. I just chose whatever the tankiest thing was down here to just screw with their ability to figure out what they were doing. I wanted the Mega Sloth. Alright, and everyone is fully healed. People are getting all their food. Let's double check, make sure... That's within Area 1, so we can build that. So hopefully the construction drone gets on that right away. Alright. Come on, eat your food, and then I want you to fix that door. Oh, wait, never mind. Claria's already on it, looks like. Or not. Alright, because I want to construct that door to make sure they put as much... Disease organ decay. Why do you have disease organ decay? An untreatable degenerative disease. The illness seems to strike randomly from an unknown natural reservoir. It is not directly contagious between people. The organ will slowly lose function and... Okay. I mean, I could deal with that. It's not that big a deal. I even just make a new kidney for him. Alright, so that's fine. The uranium wells got pretty roughed up. Do pyobods help with that? I don't know, but I've got mech serum. I can just remove the offending organ. I can do a lot of things. I'm honestly debating just slapping it with the healing mech serum and being done with it. New 1.5 disease? Yeah, I hadn't seen it just randomly happen. Yeah, so I'm just gonna go ahead and just say no thank you and just deal with that way. Oh look, now I don't have it. So much for untreatable. Yeah, no, I was waiting for that as well to like use and have it like treat the torso scar or something. But okay, good. So we're getting the damaged tiles of the wall repaired right away. Yeah, no, we'll do that. I just want to wait until after this quest is done. Because, well, I mean, after the second wave from the Impids. Because a 100-person raid of Impids is an all-hands-on-deck kind of fight. That isn't one you, that isn't one you want to hold back anything for. And they're all upset because of rotting corpses. I think for our next ideology reformation, which is in 1 point, I think I'm gonna make it so, like, I'll try and find a way to make it so that they don't mind corpses. Because we're reaching that phase in the game when a raid shows up, there's so many corpses that it's like an instant mood knock. I mean, just look at, this is us feeding our Harbinger trees. Just look at the sheer wall of corpses going under those trees. Yeah, it's dry thunderstorm. The good news is all these roads I put everywhere, these roads act effectively as fire breaks. The lifters are just endlessly flipping bodies. That's all they're doing, is they're just one body after the other body after the other body. And that whole fight, JD took like one hit. Meanwhile, you are getting upset by your lack of drugs, so let's go and get that handled. We have Grey Paul, which is upsetting people. That's not helping my cause. The trees are feasting tonight. Yeah, no, we're probably gonna get a Harbinger spawn or two with all of these trees. That's how this forest keeps growing, is just the sheer number of corpses I'm generating is keeping the trees in pretty good health. The trees are well cared for. Okay, the uranium walls are almost fully repaired. Which means they basically got our full reset rock, ready and rock and roll on the next wave. So the only thing we're dealing with right now is all the mood breaks from all of the rotten corpses. Which the trees are working on. Yep, there's the first new tree. Are the mortars rooms reload spare ammo? Yeah, I got the spare ammo there. One's already got the next shot ready, and the other one is not loaded yet. Major break risk on you. What can I do to help you? Nothing. You could have them take a hit at drugs, but I can only like the really hard stuff nowadays. There's one mechanic you never understood in RimWorld. Murder 100,000, 100 people. Okay. Now there is all the dead bodies. Yep. RimWorld has a lot of things. Like the fact that your characters get so upset about eating without a table, I always found to be a meme. Which I think that's actually probably the only reason it's around in the way it is that it's so much of a meme. Because, like, it's -3 for, like, the day. You were just farming that social XP right now. Okay, and once you are over your high on go juice, I'm gonna have you hit something else real quick. To keep that chemical interest up, so you don't mood break. Don't social fight. We're getting ready for a war. Don't social fight. You've worked enough disaster scenes to know being able to sit down and eat with the table makes a huge difference to your mindset. So you understand that one? Yeah, I mean, I would argue, though, more eating with a table is a positive than eating without table is a negative, if that sounds clear. Because, like, sitting down and picnicking, it's not like I go, I sat down on the floor. I'm mad. There's just so many spears and all that in there. Confusion on Eden because dementia. That's fine. And I know she's going to leave with her bow. I don't actually care about it. I got spares that I got from when Ritualist attacked us. You fighted the wood and made a pita. It was freaking awesome. You didn't feel a bit bad about it. Once in a while it's okay, but at the norm it can suck. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've been in like the situation with an apartment where I didn't have... Did I ever get a table in that first apartment? I don't think I did. Not that I ate there all the time, but yeah. Yeah, it should be like a -1 for eating without a table, a +1. Yeah, it seems like such a trivial thing, though. Like, I would argue the benefit of sitting ever sink eat. I mean, in a hurry. I've eaten over, like, grab like a rice cake, whatever, and just like ate it over the sink real fast. That way, if I made a crummy mess, it would just go right in the sink. Because you're like, I gotta be out of this building in like 5 minutes. You know, crunch, 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 crunch. Get out of there. You probably spend 90% of your meals at a PC. Yeah, no, these days actually that'd be the case here. It's if me and Toom aren't like going out someplace to eat, we're usually at our computer desks. I mean, my food is right here. I'm waiting for the second raid. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, you know, just once in a while. Oh. Floors. Because that was a wall there. Yeah, you're not going to worry about doing gene stuff right now. You're still recovering from your social fight. Because you eat a lot of PC, but you used to drive a delivery for a bakery. So you ate in the truck a lot as well. Yeah. For me, there was just a lot of jobs I had that, you know, they would have the break room, but the company would have, like, tons of locations. And so I was like, am I going to drive all the way back to the break room to eat my meal? Or am I just going to go, like, around behind the building and, like, sit by the water side and eat something or whatever? And I almost always opted to, like, just sit outside and eat something. Like, that was, I used to have a job that was, like, downtown Orlando. And there's lots of food options there. But a lot of times, because I didn't want to go to, like, a full-on sit-down restaurant, because that's serious cash that adds up real fast. So what I'd usually do is grab something, like, there was a place, like, a salad place, there's a soup place, there was a barbecue place I like to go to, and I just take my stuff to go. When you go to downtown Orlando, like, the center of it, so far as, like, the main, like, downtown area, is Lake Eola, so it's a big lake. And I'd usually, most days, as long as the weather wasn't really awful, I'd just go by that lake and sit down by the water. Enjoy my lunch. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because, like, especially as a software developer, you get stuck sitting inside all day at a computer, which is fine. I like, you know, obviously I spend a lot of time at a computer. But it really is kind of a big thing that helps with, like, keeping your mental health in good order, to, like, get outside for a while. There's a reason there's a meme around touching grass, is it is kind of important to just get out there. Not necessarily to be around a whole bunch of people, that can certainly be a thing, but just to get outside, get sunlight, all that stuff, and just spend a little bit of time away from the computer kind of deal. Because it does have well-documented, like, stress it puts on you. That is what I was hoping for. Okay, so we can reform our ideology. What can I do to make it so we are chill with corpses? Where are the corpses? Corpses ugly. So for don't care, I need to be supremacist, raider, inhuman, or pain is virtue. Oh, all those are terrible. Because Raider, I would... The characters would potentially have a desire for slavery and all that. Always say I need to move because my blood is getting stale. Yeah, it's one of those things. So Raider, it's one of those things that if I don't... Yeah, rating is respected or required. I don't want to do that. Supremacist. Let's see. It would prevent charity, which would be it directly conflicts with guilty. The inhuman would require the diversity of thought. It requires the least thing of neutral, but the big problem is inhumanization required. And then cannibal, yes, I don't want to deal with that. They'll have mood penalties, but that's the problem, is the mood penalties that go with pain is virtue. Can I prevent? Yeah, so we would require minor scarification. Of those, Raider is probably the least awful, but I don't want to deal with caravanning to raid. Because both these get shooting and melee specialists. Alright, so I would not require to actually do slavery. I would not require... I feel like the big thing is that one literally will cancel my charity stuff from guilty. So it's these two conflict with each other. but it would let me get away with not being upset about corpses. Yeah, so it's saying these are incompatible. What's also interesting is I'd have to take that off for one, and then turn that off the art, because you can only change one major meme at a time. Oh, actually, I can't even do that. I'm only allowed to have 4 memes. So I could get rid of Guilty. But Pain... I like Guilty because the Pain works with us. I guess we just live with the fact that our people are going to be upset about the corpses. I could get rid of Prolicizer. I'm not really using that one anymore, so that could be my major change. And I won't be able to take another one. So we added that just in the last one. It'll get rid of our frequent Prolicizing. But I won't be able to do anything about corpses this round no matter what I do, so that's fine. Research doesn't matter. All the other ones don't really matter. I can't add any more rolls right now. I'm surprised that it's going to let me add another ritual if I want to. I might do that. So we have a dance party, we have social, would be symbol burning, I guess. That's fine. Oh, what are you gonna give me? I'm not gonna change it. Nearby faction goodwill. Fair enough for me. Alright, so next time I might turn on Supremacist just to get the corpses to not be a problem. You would have pods with those mechanoids. You give me 12 champions. You actually are trying to give me a lot of stuff to be promising, but hear me out. That there, you can go fly a kite. Oh, I have no idea what TPS ports are in actual one. Hey, dudes, how's it going? Going pretty good here. But yeah, I know it's, I always took the TPS thing as just, like, the generic office bureaucracy that you deal with. Versus actually being any specific report. It might be something that's, like, an actual report. But it's like every office job, you'll have some, like, random, annoying reports that you're expected to fill out on a regular basis. That, you know, no one wants to deal with. So you're getting upset because you're hungry, you're sweaty, and all that stuff. Masterwork Marine Helmet. We're doing really good there. You got a bionic leg and arm available. Yeah, that first attack was way earlier than I'm used to seeing. Alright, anyone got... Okay. So... we're going to try and replace the right arm. Anyone got a leg? And your right leg, I guess. So let's try and get them taken care of real fast. Because I'm taking a bunch of these, like, random injuries they've got. And getting them all patched up. Let's see, a TPS report, test procedural specification, is a document used for quality assurance group or individual, particularly in software engineering. Gotcha. Interestingly enough, as someone who's spent, honestly, the bulk of my career in software engineering, I've never formally heard of, like, a TPS report, but I think it's one of those things that may have been more of a software thing, like, for super corporate jobs in the past. Whereas even, like, the really, really corporate-y kind of places are kind of trying to do their best to distance themselves from stuff that sounds super corporate-y, just because the nature of a lot of people who like to work in software development. Like those are the kind of things that tends to make software developers bristle. And because software developers are always in such high demand, then what ends up happening is companies have historically had to play ball with the software developers and a lot of stuff. Like it was a thing. I remember a CEO at a company I had worked at the past. He's like, you know, I got my engineers, they work their way. I've got like my marketing people, they work their way. You know, they follow the expectations. And then you could almost see hear the resignation in his voice, just the long sigh. Goes, then I got my software developers. Look, man, they're a different breed. And just to make the point as we're walking through, there's the one guy had pushed his desk out of the way, was laying down on his floor with his feet up on the desk, with his keyboard on his lap, with his monitor tipped way down, because he wanted to lay on the floor and work. He was just like, they're just a different breed, man. It's like, they work miracles, and you just get out of their way, but you don't understand them. And to that credit, having worked in software development for a long time, I've seen a lot. Was it a CRT monitor? Yes, it was. This'll work out to my advantage. Because we could just leave that right there alone. Hey, actually, 1 second. Hey, Bob. Make sure you can actually run at full speed. Or near full speed. Yeah, it's fine enough. Hey, Bob, I need you to poke that for just a second. Because what Bob's going to do is Bob's going to poke the defoliator so that when the impids show up, there's 25 scythers to soften them up a little bit on the way in. That does mean I'm probably not going to get to do anything meaningful with my tox grenades. I think that's fine. I think 25 scythers is going to take more out of them. No. That door's off limits. Go this way. You should all be turning around by now. You should still be leashed. I'm getting nervous that they're not going to stay leashed. We'll start getting people in position because I'd hate to lose the run because I hesitated. But this shouldn't be needed. I just wanted to wake them up real fast, because we wake them up real quick. They should be ready to rock and roll. Yeah, they should leash. I only did a single hit of damage on there. That is real bad. I need to grab those EMPs. It's probably too little too late. Where are my EMPs? They are all the way up there. You won't do it. Who's in the farthest back of my people? You. Go for the EMPs. You're not going to be there in time. No one's going to be there in time. I hit it once. They should... You know what it might be? So we definitely don't want to straight up fight this. Let's see if we get everyone inside if they will cancel out. Because if I try and fight this with half my people not here yet, we're just going to get wrecked. So if they lose the ability to path towards me, they probably will return. You didn't grab the EMPs. Okay, cool. It was just they were still aggro. The moment I dropped their ability to reach their target, they're like, oh wait, never mind, and they're going home. Okay. Alright. I was like, no, that's not how this works. I've wanted you to do that in a million fights. And then you don't. Not literally a million. But I've had many times that I've wanted to go up, poke the stuff at the defoliator so I could take it on my terms. Okay, so we're fine. They did pop this. Let's cancel rebuilding that. Please don't stand in the Tox Grenade. Cool. That's fine. Because now they're awake for when the next Impid raid shows up. I'm pretty sure 100 tribals will beat 20... was it 29? 26 Scythers. But I do think the 26 Scythers are going to do some pretty substantial damage to them before they go. So that actually works really well, that the Defoliator ship is going to benefit us quite a bit. Because also that Defoliator ship is not going to get even remotely far enough out for I have to worry about that being an issue for right now. You slept in the heat. Okay. Yeah, I guess we're due to get some more ACs in here. Let's plan to put a pair of ACs in here. Kept your head there? Yeah. Well, that was the thing. It's like, okay, the issue was had I fought that, I still had half my people on the way, and for whatever reason, I might have misclicked or something. The person I sent to get the EMPs didn't even get the EMPs. So I'm like, okay, if I just straight up try and fight this, where we're like equal number Scythers and all that, and I have nothing to really shut them down, that's like, we would probably win, but would probably lose a couple limbs along the way, maybe a pawn or two. And so it's like, no, it's almost better to duck in here, let them go trash a light, and then pick on them after that. Yeah, so the hope here is we'll have the second group here show up. Those will thin them up a bunch, and then we'll, you know, mop up what's left. That's the reason I'm just really trying to keep people in good moods and all that. When everyone wakes up, I might even do a ceremony thing. Oh, wait. Didn't I have someone who is a night owl? Was that you? Now I always forget. It's 11 to 1800? Yeah, 11 to 1800, so schedule. I need to flip your schedule. Which I find dealing with night owls, I can almost never get them to actually consistently manage their schedules. But, it is one of those things. I like especially having my doctors and or cooks, where one is a night owl and one isn't. To have like 24/7 coverage where there's always someone around doing the medical, always someone around doing the, you know, cooking. A lot of the other stuff, I don't care when it happens. But those tend to be a problem if you don't have someone regularly maintaining it. But the good news is, Kitten Karma... Oh, actually, Kitten Karma is not one of those two. I'm mixing up Kalaria Star's character in Kitten Karma's, where Kalaria Star is a doctor. You also love to explore the fridge for some reason? Oh, you're going in here and getting the raw meat. Alright. So we're gonna deprioritize the packaged meals. For right now. Because I need some raw meat to stay in that freezer. You're a shift worker, you might sleep 3 times in 24 hours and still be awake for 30. Yeah. Alright, we got that weapon done. So at this point, take you off of research. Alright, come on, second raid. Because what I will do is normally I switch games at around 11 o'clock. If we are still waiting for the raid when that time goes by, we'll just keep going until we sort out that second raid. I want to either die or have Craven Horde walking around again before we consider the switch. Meanwhile, let's actually go to these other rooms. And get those sorted. These ones we won't be able to help, really, without a bunch of work. But those other ones we will. Because what I'm trying to do is get more AC so we can manage the temperature in here a little bit better. That should help. We are midsummer and it is 108 degrees outside, so you know. It is a wee bit hot outside. I forgot I canceled all you. I'm also surprised we only got... Oh no, it looks like we might have gotten 2 Harbinger trees out of that. Okay, that makes more sense. It's like, with all those corpses, I'm surprised we only got 1. Nah, but we got 2. Typical Florida summer. I mean, to be fair, Florida actually doesn't usually get over 100 for more than just a couple seconds. It'll hover right around there, but it's usually when we have a pretty bad spike in heat is the only time we break 100 for more than a little bit. Not counting, like, on the road or other places that are, you know, specifically hotter than normal. So you cover... Okay, so you cover these 2 tiles there. That's fine. Yeah, now Florida does get hot as heck. Guardian pod, that's fine. I do wonder when we finish the research, like, what I'm gonna do with half these pawns. Because, like, once we finish the regular research, half of these pawns will just not have something else to work on meaningfully. I'll probably start having pawns go idle. And once we start getting our pawns idle, unless you count the indexes. No, I'm not counting indexes. That's the catch with, like, a lot of things when you're comparing, like, Florida weather. You'll have a lot of times when people's like, oh, well, it gets 108 here regularly. Florida doesn't get that hot. And you're like, no, you're right. But then you're like, oh, but it's dry heat. It's like, oh yeah, no, the humidity is awful. Humidity in any temperature makes the humidity when you're talking hot, like really cold, really hot, makes those extremes way worse. Because I definitely remember there was times when I was in Michigan where it'd be really humid and cold, and it's like, it didn't matter what you wear, it just cut right through it. And then there'd be the days that it's not particularly humid, and then, you know, having, like, the puffer jacket and all that worked so incredibly well, you wouldn't even notice the cold, other than, like, the little bit of exposed skin on your face or whatever. And it's the same thing with heat. When it's just hot, you can actually bundle up in layers to keep the heat kind of out. Or you could just, like, wear a t-shirt or whatever, and it's just the exposed skin kind of gets hot. But, then when it's, like, really humid, it just, like, cuts right through. Like, the clothing you wear almost only matters for protecting you from the sun. The heat is gonna get you. You live in mass cooler summers, but winters suck. Yeah. Yeah, no, I used to live up in Michigan, so our winters got pretty bitey. Like, don't get me wrong, certainly places in Canada get way worse. There's lots of places that get way worse. But Michigan gets hit pretty decently. Alright, more art going in. Alright, so we're almost halfway through the window that these raids could show up. We already had our first round. The defoliator ship's defoliating. That's fine. You very much like the description of bitey for our winters. Yeah, no, it's a pretty reasonable way of describing it, because it does kind of just get a hold of you. Let's see, Ottawa Valley. It's freaking cold in the winter, but the summer, oh man, humidity is the killer. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like both here in Florida and in Michigan, they get a lot of humidity parts of the year, and it is just one of those things. Humidity just makes everything kind of miserable. Phoenix says, you're unable to fall asleep earlier, but since I'm not working today, decided to go to sleep later. Really needed some rest. Oh yeah, and that happens. Alright. Oh, and we're doing good in bioferrite, so we can go ahead and queue up. Oh, I forgot to reel out that room. That was, I had to pause a bunch of our construction projects to prioritize. Because, you know, RimWorld still doesn't have any type of prioritization system based on location, just on task. So, you know that. Where's the murder ball? The murder ball did its murdering yesterday. We haven't seen a new murder ball. At the moment, what we're waiting for is we got a raid of 100 tribals going to show up, because they agreed to a quest that gave me 2 rounds of 100 tribals, roughly. And in the meantime, we had a defoliator ship of 26 scythers drop. I'm excited to see the tribals fight the scythers. I do think the tribals are going to win, but I do feel like there's going to be some pretty heavy casualties on their side. Yeah, sadly there's no murder ball. I didn't get a murder ball today. We got one yesterday and we had fun with it. Got the murder ball bunker. Got to get its go. They're like, we see you put some work on improving the air conditioning in your building to make it so it's finally comfortable. It would be most unfortunate if we put... No, I just remembered. The heat wave actually does overwhelm this enough. Okay. Alright, so let's try and be quick. Over here in the corner, we'll just shove it in the wall. You, build that right now. Because the AC, as you can see, when there's a heat wave during the summer, this doesn't have enough to keep it freezing when people start running in and out of it. So I need to preserve Craven Horde's body. So right now it's still below freezing, but it's not gonna... Well, actually it might stay that way. Because now they're not running back and forth through here. It's right on the fence, though. So we're gonna get this built. And I'm gonna move Craven Horde's body into the other one so that hopefully it doesn't rot. Because that happened with our last 2, as they did rot because we had a heat wave that lasted 4 days. And it was just enough to kind of keep that in trouble. Okay, so you pop open the box. Yeah, because we're right on the fence of refrigerated and freeze. Oh, it's marked as rotting already? That... It shouldn't be rotting. It's been in a freezer the whole time. I'm still gonna try, because I have a heal mech serum to deal with if they get the thing that would kill them. Yeah, so that freezer is more than capable of keeping that frozen. So that's one of the things we're gonna do in here. Is these are gone. And I'll build a second one in there in case I have anyone else die. Yeah, I don't know why it rotted, though, because we got that body in there almost immediately, and this thing has, up until now we're having this heat wave, has stayed fully refrigerated, like fully frozen the whole time. No, I don't. We had the meat go here on the last heat wave, but that was before Craven Horde died, and then this is only getting not able to handle it because we're in the middle of a heat wave. Otherwise, it stays at about like 0 whatever. Why did? What? What? You're under restriction. You're under restriction. Why did you go down there and aggro them? Area 1 doesn't go down there. Okay. Go in here, and the rest of you pile in here. Mechs draft as well. So Sentient Cookie. Grab the mechs. Crap. Okay, they just de-aggroed. Alright. I was like, they start banging on it. Who was that outside? Have you gotten a flesh mass on the map yet? I have not. I am worried about it because it's probably gonna do some serious damage to the base. What I don't understand is why that person went out there. Because they're restricted to Area 1 zone. There is no Area 1 zone down here at all. And they ran down there and they grabbed a toxic waste bag and carried it back. So that has me kind of concerned. Yeah, my only guess is that they grabbed like a toxic waste bag over here and decided the closest pathing was to go out and around. Because they will do that. I do wish you could, like, literally say you are not allowed to path outside of the zone I've given you. Like, not stay in this area, but, like, literally you are forbidden to go outside. And, you know, then they'll go out there when they break or whatever, that's fine. But deny that everywhere. That's literally, like, just completely overwhelming this thing. The fridge is just normal temperature. Alright, I'm gonna... This is gonna compromise the freezer entirely. But we're just gonna deal with it, because I've already got the important things. The only thing that can rot in here now is the meat. But yeah, I mean, it's 130 degrees outside. Even, like, the inside of my base is almost 100 degrees. Even this freezer is struggling just a little bit to keep it down to 0. It's a pretty gnarly heat wave. Let's just, as a precaution, clear Area 1. Scooch it back just a bit more. Chip reactor. Like, I don't think this is a priority to tear this apart, just that it gets done. Like, at some point. Okay. Yeah, one more of these should be more enough to handle that space. Yeah, probably gonna lose the Muffalo meat during the next day. Yeah. And Simplex, how's it going? So I'm going to intervene and have you take apart these three real fast. Because like I said, this is getting hot enough in here when we hit peak daytime. Why did the game slow down again? Cleaning bot? You're restricted to area 1, buddy. Just stop all of this. You. Get in here now. Actually, cleaning bot, you just die. Sorry, buddy. This is the consequences of your own actions. I'll rescue you when this is all done. Starting to get colonists who are going idle. Getting heat stroke on people because it's just obnoxiously hot outside. Okay, so we've got this. So we need to build you, and you, and you. Prioritize that. And go zone. Remove roof from that tile. Cool, and they're getting built as fast as they can. Because I want to get that closed off so that we can get this fixed before we lose too much. Like I said, a lot of this meat is going to rot in here before it's, you know, already there. So I need to drop you down to 0. Okay, so that should bring the temperature down. We're probably still going to lose that meat that's on the shelf because it did get literally to room temperature because of how overwhelmed it was with the 120-degree outdoor temperatures. Yeah, they're starting to go. I want the second raid to happen. I'm actually surprised. Normally I get when there's those like 2-3 raids for an event like that, I normally get them pretty close together. So it is surprising to me that's taking that long. Oh, you're upset because you haven't had a hit of your drugs in a while. Chemical fascination is such a pain. I'm also amazed you have not developed an addiction yet on any of these things. Yeah, no, the problem is the new pawn you're talking about, these 4, those are guests. Those aren't long-term pawns. We also have, for our quest, we have 9 prisoners. Oh, one of them is up. I really don't like that, because if you're up, it means you can break. But, because they're all supposed to be under paralytic abrasia. So I'm not super happy that that one broke early. It is what it is. My concern is, if they try to prison break and I accidentally kill them, then the entire quest has failed. Okay. Take the ambrosia, take the whole stack of yayo. Take the Garlean seed. Dead Calm, I can take that just for freezies. Never sleep and poor social. Please give me that. We're probably gonna have to not take some of those other things I was grabbing. An Architect arm would be good too. Alright, let's see here. So, where is the most of the money going? These, though, components are just a nice to have. Because for a reason I don't have, like, any money in that room. Yes, I want those. Let's cancel on the glitter, cancel on the advanced components, that'll do. Let's see, it might be cooking significantly heats up the freezer. No, it's not the cooking, we're under heat wave. So where normally we're dealing with temperatures in like the upper 80s and 90s, we're hitting 120 degrees during the day. So it's just genuinely the heat wave is overpowering what the coolers could do, which is why I added an additional one on there. And honestly, it's looking like even the 3 is struggling a little bit, because like you'll notice we're struggling to keep the room cool and no one's cooking. The ovens do slightly warm up the space, but that's only when you're actively using them. And we got Jay Walker on their 75 stream streak. Thank you, Jay Walker, so much for catching the last 75 streams without missing a single one. So thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. All right. I'd like this raid to happen and be over with. Mostly because I want to see this happen and be over with. Can you keep that prisoner stoned? I'm trying to remember if you force the prisoner to take drugs if you take a mood penalty. Or not mood penalty, a faction penalty. I know I can put him under anesthetic, and that can help, but I've got 9 days of keeping him under anesthetic, and that's a lot. Well, that's one thing I can do that I haven't done in this room. We can put a limestone table. Get a pair of chairs at it. You can go to recreation. Give them a little something to make the room nicer to help handle some of the mood stuff. Chemical starvation. Luckily, that's not on the one that's up here. The one here is mostly just unhappy because they're hungry and it's hot. Which, I mean, fair enough. It's a heat wave. Can quest prisoners come with a psychic harmonizer? Not that I've ever seen. So I don't know, but I've never personally witnessed that happening. Okay. That way they can eat with table, so that'll help a little bit with the mood penalties. Major break risk on Earl because they are depressive. Oh, you're teetotaler. Let's get ahead of that. So Earl here. Assign Earl no drugs. That'd have been bad thing, because it was like, oh, we might be able to help their mood by having him hit something. A shuttle has arrived to collect you. So that's Earl getting the shuttle, Spider getting the shuttle, and Eden. So Eden won't put down the crossbow I gave them, but that's fine. I got a bunch of those that I haven't been using. And with the big fights we had, is like, I'm just going to have them, you know, just take that and go. So quest complete, and that's a whole bunch of standings for that one. That's not the big quest with the attacks. The prisoners are the ones that we're getting the attacks for. And we're having a wedding. Really cramped in this room. As you do. Okay. Transporter crash. No. I mean, I want the rewards, but no, I need... you're gonna mess it all up. The game is like, no, he's got these scythers in place for these 100 things. We can't let that stand. So the problem is, if I accept this... did you just get married? Who was the ones getting married? Yes. So the problem with this is, if I say no, my colony takes, like, it's a 7 or 8 mood debuff for the next 7 days, which means a lot of people are going to start melting down. If I say yes on it, they're going to crash most likely out here, and before I get a chance to do anything, they're going to get murdered by 26 scythers. So if I say yes, I'm almost certainly going to fail it, plus... which when they fail it, I still take the penalty as if I didn't accept it. Plus, it means I'm going to lose a bunch of scythers for the defense. So unfortunately, this quest is basically cursed to begin with, that I'm going to try and wait it out to the last second and just hope the tribal raid shows up. The odds of it showing up now are not high. But basically that's screwing me in a big way. Because I'm deliberately leaving those there for the tribals to tangle with. I might just have to eat the debuff. Because as far as I'm concerned, that's an already failed quest. Never mind. Quests except Archotech Arm, Unlimited Chem Fuel, because that showing up just changed the math. Actually, can I cancel it? Nope, I can't. But as you can see, they're not going to stand a chance because they're immediately going to get overwhelmed. Yeah, I wouldn't even be able to get in position. Like, had they appeared on the inside of my base, that honestly could have been an ideal outcome. Because then I could have let all this just ride out. You lost your sword arm. No, you didn't. So yeah, because I failed the quest, if we look at our colonists, crash shuttle ignored. So either way, the game basically forced a -8 penalty on me. Because I didn't, like, for the record, I could have cleared that, but we're deliberately not clearing that strategically. That was the reason I was like, this screwed us. On the other hand, even with all that fighting, they didn't kill a single scyther. Like, literally every single scyther made it. Oh, Biocode can just rot out there. Cassy's got a Cassy. Yeah, so I'm a little annoyed by that. He was like, I'm going to just get you with this this -8 debuff for the next week. Because now I got to worry about potentially my people having a break, and if one of our people gets like prison break and they're nearby the room where I can't intercept them, that's going to be a failed quest, because there's no way I could sub... Well, actually, never mind. Only Ollie would be up, so it'd be a matter if I can down Ollie without killing Ollie. Alright, so what I'm gonna have you do is I'm gonna be preemptive on this. Do you have a... So you have a small tolerance to stuff. So So I'm gonna leave it alone, because if I keep having you take more and more Psychite stuff, you're gonna have other problems. So the good news is the heat wave is over. So that should help. All right. I want the other group to show up. I feel like Cassie's trying to force me to clear the way before the tribals show up. You can flame Ollie into great pain without a lot of risk of death. This is true. I could deliberately light Ollie on fire if Ollie tried to prison break, and then just basically let them get down from the pain. Because I definitely don't want to melee them if I don't have to. I was hoping there'd be a wimp. Because it's a wimp, I could give him like one knock and it'd probably go down. How goes the tree? It's still doing its best to absorb the pollution, that's fine. This is mostly meant to work as a mitigating factor for a pollution buildup, not actually stop it or counter it or anything like that. On the plus side, if things do go sideways in the next attack, we will have our command shout thing to give ourselves combat effectiveness bonus. What the end goal of dealing with the pollution? So for right now, the pollution is going to keep building up slowly, and so for right now, we are just shoving it in the freezer. In the long term, like, I would either need to start drop potting it out, which means dealing with the raids, or start going down the Mechanator line to get the incinerator. I'm assuming the colony is going to be either we've reached the point that we're like, okay, there's nothing else we want to do here, or we'll have reached the point that, like, you know, we die. Is the most likely things to happen before we get to that point. Trying to get this all ready for dying. Oh yeah, you're still smoothing this floor out. I got ahead of you again. That tile should have been mined. Yeah, then I'll get all those dyed later. Right now, we are just waiting for this fight very patiently. Note, not actually patiently. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back here in just a moment. So thank you again for tuning in.
That's not what I want. Oh, that's sure, I'll take it. Yeah, I totally meant to do that. None of that was an absolute accident. 100% calculated. Or whatever. No wonder I couldn't pronounce. It's a made-up name. So it's Ashley or whatever. And in fact, it's actually Ashley. That, for the record, I have not seen this. Like, I've seen the intro screen and that people did it, but I have not. This was actually just a very funny coincidence. You know for a fact it's actually Ashley, but she had to add the extra letters to make herself feel better than everyone. And this is an impronounceable mess, so you know, Ashley it is.
And in a game where a single hit can be the end of it, 95% is still not good enough. Someone clipped that? I'm pretty sure we just pushed him, and it counted as a spear stab. Really going, you know what? That's gonna be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. All right, and let's get back to it and wait patiently, not actually patiently, for this raid of 100 tribals to show up. Cassandra said, I am bringing death. Wait. The death comes slowly and patiently. I guess in the meantime, I'm going to eat a little bit of my dinner that's sitting here. And we'll do that while we wait for the tribals to get on to actually doing the murdery part. Yeah, it's a quest. We get 2 raids of about 100 people. We already fought the first one. We're still cleaning up the spears and all the other stuff from the first one, which we handled by basically just slamming them with more and more and more toxic buildup. And even though we didn't down or kill anyone with the toxic buildup, it was one of those things that we just, you know, every one of them had like 10-15% penalty to their ability to fight and move and all that. And, you know, when you're talking 100 enemies, you know, even penalizing them like 10-15% on average goes a long way. Yeah, this time we have the Scythers. Like I said, I expect the Scythers to lose the fight against the Tribals because just raw numbers, but I do imagine they're going to put in a lot of damage on their way down. Because the Tribals are also Impids, which means they don't take as much damage before they get killed. Surprisingly, we're not all melting down from the crash thing. What we can do in the meantime... we can do an atonement party. We'll do an atonement party to boost our mood. I'm suddenly realizing I think the atonement party is the one that can give me a free colonist. If that happens, we're going to postpone accepting that colonist for no specific reason. But I'm trying to get a good one of these to counter the mood penalty from that quest. Boring. Excellent. That'll absolutely help our problem. Begin leader's speech. Hey, leader, I need you to try and cover for where the party was kind of a big loss. And if the leadership speech also goes down, let's just hope that's not the case, because that'd be 3 penalties I'm stacking trying to deal with this. What the heck are you? Oh, it's package survival. Like, it looked like a pod, and there's like red glass that's floating in. It's like, what? Encouraging. Yay. So where does that actually leave us? So we've got the -8 because of ignoring the shuttle. The boring party is a -1, and the encouraging speech is a +5. So all in all, we're getting about a -4. I can live with that. That's okay. The money is on the Scythers. I think the Scythers are gonna get really far, but it is 100 to 26. So, while certainly on an equal fight, the Scythers win 10 out of 10 times, I think the sheer numbers is gonna make up the mileage. That said, I do think if any of the impids make a move on me, it's gonna be like the last 20 of them. Because it'll probably be one of those things where it'll see it as like 4 separate groups of impids rushing me. And then, you know, most of them will get shredded. We'll see. Either way, I think it'll be fine. I just need that to go. The downside is that radius is getting big. The good news is we're running out of time for the second attack, so we should be getting it. I'm honestly surprised we have not already had it. I'll only be really worried is if we start getting to the point that defoliator gets over here. I don't care if it kills this. If it gets out to the point where it's going to start killing these trees, I will want to intervene at that point. Because even though it's not important to have a bunch of these, this is the most Harbinger trees I've ever had. And I want to keep collecting. I really hope there's a hidden mechanic that if you get something like 25 or 40 or like some number of these trees, that something happens. Whether you like accidentally summon some like really horrible tree boss kind of thing, or, you know, it starts doing like blood rain or whatever. Or you get some sort of benefit like Harbinger growths you can mine or whatever. As a source of biofairy. I don't care what it is or whether it's good, bad, or otherwise. It's just kind of a fun idea that you could like do something and get some special thing, because keeping them alive is kind of a pain. The good news is they're not flammable, so at least one thing you don't have to worry about. But I assume the defoliator ship would kill them. Mech missing a part. I know. It went outside the boundary, so it got to lay there and be injured. That's just the way it goes. Yeah, prison break interval is 65 days, so theoretically, outside of having a mood break, they should be okay, where I don't have to worry about it. Oh, do I have you set to food yet? Oh no, you were set to medicine. That's fine. My apologies. Yeah, so the number of cooked meals has stayed pretty... Well, actually, no, we're about 2/3... Or, sorry, we're 1/3 down, but that's fine. We took on an extra, like, 13 people temporarily between that person, the other 3, and then these 9. So it's not surprising that when you suddenly increase your population by not quite double, that food gets strained. That's one of the things I had the other day. Someone asked, was like, hey, you know, I'm getting towards end game and I'm really struggling with food. And I've got this giant colony. I just really can't go. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's a thing when you start getting the upper 20s to 30 pawns. Keeping food on the table gets real tough. Trying to see if there's an angle I could try and get these selected, because I want them to stop carrying the steel and all that on there, but between the benches all nearby, I could actually get from this angle. If I get one of these tables clear where I could double click on to select all, I'd have to zoom in enough that we don't see those tables.
Wonder why I'm not getting the option. Okay, storage, preferred. Raw materials. No stone, no steel, none of these other things. I need to get that out of here. Hey, Lennox, how's it going? We could store that out here. We've already got that zone set. Which we're not getting more steel really now, just the stuff that's coming from, like, bits of that. The colony's behaving really good. We're just waiting on this raid of 100 people to show up so we can get on with our lives and try and bring back Craven Horde. That's how you prefer to eat your enemies? Okay. I just don't do cannibalism. It's just not... Like, don't get me wrong, if I'm doing a challenge run like Extreme Desert or, you know, Ice Sheet Sea Ice, I'll do it because you kind of have to. But in a normal run, I don't know. That's one of those things that's lost interest to me for a very long time ago. Why? Oh, you're missing that table. It's one of those things that it was fun to do, to, like, edgy, memey kind of stuff when I first started playing, because it was like there's a novelty to it, because RimWorld was kind of that thing that, like, it's not like cannibalism had never been in a game before or anything like that, but it wasn't something you saw often. Like, it only kind of hit a little bit into, like, the horror genre kind of area, and that was about it. And then RimWorld is, like, really kind of added in, and then it almost, like, I feel, like, to me, it was a detriment to a lot of stuff, is it became this thing that, like, every third game was adding cannibalism to it, and it very quickly went from, you know, oh, that's, like, really edgy, look at what they're doing, to it was, you know, people trying to be edgy is the way it felt. It's like if you remember, you know, like you'd go to high school and you'd have the one person who, not the one piece, like you'd have the person who'd go in the first time and they would have like the bracelet with spikes in it, and then suddenly like everyone would have the bracelet with spikes in it, and it like kind of instantly became not edgy just because everyone was doing it. So it's kind of like the people trying to be edgy. Or if you've ever seen, there's a meme going around there where there'll be like whatever the current culture thing is, and how businesses wanting to try and attract the young audience and all that. You know, someone makes a joke, then the business will all like try and get in on the joke as well. And then as a result, you end up having, you know, more and more businesses jump in on the joke that kind of drives people away from the joke anymore, because it just keeps like becoming that corporate-y thing that all the businesses are doing as well. Yeah, okay, boomer shirts, exactly. That kind of stuff. And that's how I felt about cannibalism after RimWorld. Like, RimWorld kind of put it in there and got it, like, mainstream, as it were. But then especially in the survival genre, like, every game was including it, and it's like, but why? Like, there's even a meme you'll see pop in, like, the RimWorld, subreddit. Oh, come on. I wish there was an easier way to do this. But there's even a meme in, like, the RimWorld subreddit that pokes up from once in a while. That'll be like, you know, game exists, you have the person who's like asleep, and then it's like, you know, game with like same game but cannibalism, and you'll see like the eyes glowing red with the big evil smile. It's super annoying. That's that was the one that like a number of times stuff came up in Project Zomboid about. It's like, you know, people be like, you should be allowed to eat the zombies. And it's like, okay, you eat the zombie, you get the zombie plague guaranteed, and you die. And they're like, no, that's not right. That's not even the raid we're expecting.
Oh, come on, game. Now you're just being a jerk. So we got 1 grenade, 1 chain shotgun, 3 SMGs, 4 regular shotguns. So it's mostly like short, medium range. I think we're shouting this one. Oh, I forgot! The leadership speech shares the cooldown. Don't go that way. Go this way, then this way, then this way. Please stop trashing my stuff. Trying to reposition them a little bit better. Oh, come on. Fine, I'll do it this way. I'll manually position everyone.
Together, my brothers and sisters, they cannot stand against our might. For honor.
Why are you just grenading a random wall?
Take
What is
a
your
sip.
problem, man?
What's the worst that could happen?
Thank you for the hydrate. I am kind of already sitting up. Why are you just going into my base and trashing stuff? Why are you not dealing with your threats? Okay. So go up here. Reposition over there. Why is everyone... Okay. Are you stealing my multi-analyzer? I actually didn't know you could do that. Alright, all of you, move over here. You're the only one who took a hit. Is it bad? No, it's just a bruise. Let them leave? No, they're carrying my multi-analyzer, my marine armor, all my medicine. And then they're gonna kill the scythers. They've got all of my shards. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to stop them in time. Alright, orders. Oh yeah, no, they took a lot of stuff from me. Would one of you attack the other, please? I don't care who attacks who, just do something versus standing there.
Can I just sneak up and repair that door while they're doing whatever the heck they're doing there? Because they're not hitting each other. They're pushing back and forth and like cycling, which is why they're not getting anywhere with it. But I want to patch that door at least so that when this all goes down, they have to go this way around. Yeah, and they're actually breaking my wall because they're considering themselves blocked and not making progress. I also want to close it up so hopefully when the Scythers do knock them... Oh, sucks to be you. I'm going to take a penalty for this, aren't I? Nicely done. I'll restrict that one for now. Where did the multi-analyzer get to? I see. Would you please kill them? I don't care who wins, just someone kill the other one. Thank you. Oh, you only now popped that you need medical attention? I'll remind you that person's been injured this whole time. And we only now got the prompt that they needed medical attention. Disallow the... Actually, here, we're gonna go this way, because I would like to repair the door. West Arconex is available. I must have dipped underneath the value for just a second. Okay. I want this quest to happen, alright? Like, we're down to just 3 days, so it's getting close that it's gonna have that. How many does left of the quest? About 3. Now, they did manage to knock one of the Scythers. Meanwhile, could you please haul all of our really good marine armor back into the room? Like that's the part that's me salty, is they grabbed all of our really good stuff and then they just dump it on the ground. They stole a bunch of our medicine. Stop social fighting with the doctor. Yeah, no, that's the reason why when you're like, oh, you know, like, sorry, when people said like, leave him alone, is like, no, they have all my stuff. Hey, Lilo. I've been lurking, but your cat just got off my keyboard. Yeah, no, it's going good. Can I get a shout out for Lilo if that's not already happened? But for those who don't know, Lilo plays a lot of like slice of life sim style games, among other things. Definitely good times over there. So like The Sims 4, Stardew Valley, all that kind of good stuff. Been good times. I caught you. I don't think I said anything. I was lurking the other day. I believe you were playing Little Cat Big City, and that looked highly amusing. No, I did say... Did I say something? I may have said something. I don't remember. Oh, yeah. I did say something. You got the cactus hat, and I remember I was like, the cat's a little prickly. That's right. There. They have finally arrived. The raid we have been waiting for all of this time. So, Kitten Karma, Man It, Night High Lord, Man It. We are going to dump Toxic on them.
So we're just going to put it... I'm going to assume this fight's going to happen around here. Alright, I'm starting to see a bunch of Scythers going down. There is so much breathing of fire happening right now. I honestly can't tell who's winning or losing. The Scythers are losing. Like, the Scythers are actually handily losing. Was that an attack immediately? Yes. Okay, so what's gonna happen is, we can't wait. Everyone needs to get in position, get our bows in here. So the good news is the Scythers are going to soften them up. The bad news is I don't think they're going to soften them up as much as I was anticipating. So that's a big old bummer. So we're just going to grab everyone we can to go and do that. Yeah. Now, the cat game looked interesting. It looked like the big thing was like to do the various objectives, whatever you want to call them, to get hats. And they're always like silly kind of hats. And that you had your currency was quote unquote shinies, which is like nuts, bolts, bottle caps, stuff like that. It looked cool. I could definitely see it a game that people could put a lot of time in. Oh right, you're supposed to be manning that, and you're supposed to man this right now. While everyone else gets in position. Alright. They're running out of space that's not actively on fire. So there's still 7 Scythers alive in there somewhere. Change your target to around here. Alright, it's too late. It's too late for the targets. Get in position. They are on their way. No! Don't steal my multi-analyzer! Yeah. Asses. That I can't do anything about. We had a pigment assault that they got into our storeroom and basically carried it to the door before the Scythers dealt with them. Yeah, so there's nothing I can do to stop the multi-analyzer from just taking off the map if they go for it. Yeah, buy stuff. Yeah, they got the advanced components and the multi-analyzers. Those are the only 2 things I cared out of those. The rest of it was pretty much garbage. Alright, and the rest of them are all dead. So, do this, schedule. You're no longer under any kind of restrictions. So have a good time. Mechs, you're no longer under any restrictions. We'll go to orders, allow, unforbid everything. Yeah, so the multi-analyzer got away. Oh, meanwhile, hey, buddy.
Go punch that. So you got away with the multi-analyzer and the advanced components. The advanced components aren't that big a deal. Even, honestly, the multi-analyzer isn't too huge. It's mostly annoying because it does have a lot of... Oh, I don't have gold anymore? Boo, game. I mean, to be fair, it really doesn't matter. That is one research I'm missing. And actually, that's literally the only research I'm missing. It's just that one. All the other ones, I don't have the thing. That and Gunlink, I'm sorry. Gunlink, I don't have either. So do I... Actually, will this let me search for gold? No. Got jade, steel, uranium, that. I'm pretty sure there was gold somewhere. Jade, uranium, steel. Yeah, so there's gold way in the wall. So the search tool doesn't show that stuff, which is fine. There's gold way in the wall there. So I haven't found gold anywhere that's really accessible. It at least gives me a route to get gold other than just trade, and trade's fine too. Oh, you can unsecure that door. I assume once they finish bleeding out, we'll, Oh, the shards are gone? Did they get all of them or just part of them? Okay, at least they only got part of them. They got like 10 of them, though, which is pretty bad. So that's a lot of shards. So I am a bit salty about that. Oh, well, that's life in RimWorld. Repair the bot so it's not just sitting out there. But the good news is, once the last of them die... Oh, actually, it's not when they die. In 2.6 days, I get the Mech Resurrection Serum, so that'll be good news. We did get some components back. So the only really big annoying thing is just the multi-analyzer being gone. And it's not that, like, it very genuinely is not that big a deal. Because we're not planning on launching the ship, that's just not what we're doing in this run. At least that's not the plan for now. So I don't really need any of the, like, none of the remaining research matters much. I'm mostly doing it because I've got people with nothing better to do. But it was the fact that we had, like, this group up here did their thing, and then the other one, you know, they basically, like, tag teamed just to get that out there. The one bot, they basically did no damage to me and just got out here just far enough to get that there for the tribal team to go and then grab it. Just kind of a jerk thing. Three's the mage. Yeah, because that whole fight... Oh yeah, we didn't take any injuries. Those injuries there. Wanderer joins Hall. Okay, because we'll take a relationship penalty. It's also Jaywalker's dad, apparently. Cool. You have a lot of problems. You're a meanderist who is delicate, who has hearing loss. And you're, in terms of RimWorld, elderly. Look, man, I'm gonna be real. You're not gonna be helping around here much. All right, but either way, you're here. We can deal with it. We can try and fix some of these problems. I can't fix the fact that they're meanderers. That's just a character flaw. But we'll go ahead and get you named. And so we got that.
Got Phil Knox. Alright. And the first thing we're going to do to welcome you to the colony is attempt to convert you to our ideology. Meanwhile, with these, let's change our settings to expect our next fight to be high explosive. Because most likely, it's only stuff like Siege and that it makes sense to really just drop that on them. But all that. Okay, so you're armed. We're good there. And I was working on getting these up here died. So you can have, like, the whole hazard stripe aesthetic going. Just to make it a little bit more interesting than, leaving it wide open. Oh yeah, we just got our war cry. One of the things we did to make the first... Sorry, the first raid of 100 easier. Excuse me. I'm supposed to get 2 raids of this size. Giving me another raid immediately after is kind of a jerk move. So they are going to prepare, so schedule, do this, mechs, do that. Getting karma. Here, we're going to go on these. We're still going to do the talks. Same here. Get in those right away. The downside is we did not get the body out of the way yet. So that's just what it is. We are going to aim just kind of in the middle here. And try and toxic build up them. Because hitting a couple, I mean, if I had an anti-grain, that's a whole group dead. It's fine. Can I sneak someone in there to grab that body real fast? No. That's a problem, because it's gonna shorten their pathing a lot. Alright, here's the deal. JD, I need you to run up there and grab that body and get out as fast as you can. Because without that, the pathing is going to be too short. Never mind, JD got in a social fight, so JD will not be showing up. So instead, you do this. Schedule area, we have OTAN under strict. Colonist needs rescue? Come on. There we go. That's all I needed was that body not in the doorway so they couldn't skip past. Go grab your gun. That's not on target at all. That's also not really on target. So likely be attacking pretty soon. really need more of these if we're gonna do this. If I can get like 6 of these up and hit with the tox grenades, we could probably even drop some of them with the amount of tox buildup we can get. That's a good one. That's another good one too. Yeah, so I need way more. We're getting them down to like, where are you going? Schedule. Area 1. Yeah, so getting them all to around 10% tox buildup. So we're actually getting some solid hits now. Yeah, I got some of them are starting to get up to 20%. All right. I'm honestly surprised they're not attacking yet. But I'm cool with them letting me continue doing that. That's not a good hit. That is a good hit. Yeah, so they're starting to get up into the 20% on some of them. If we get to like 60 or 80%, they just drop. But all of these are penalizing their ability to fight, so when they do get in here, they'll be in real rough shape. Okay, they're beginning their attack. So with that, it's time to not worry about that so much. So get you here, get you there, get you here. Get our crossbows in the back. Yeah, you're not going to have enough time to get another one of those off, so just don't worry about it. You take point because you're expendable. You're injured, so in the back. You're injured, so in the back. Start grabbing a bunch of our other people and chucking them down wherever we can fit them. Okay. We got our spot there. We have O10. We can put you back here. High Lord. Alright, so getting everyone in position. So, you got a flamethrower? Yes. And they're imps, so it doesn't do me any good. Let's see, are you melee? So you're all bows. That actually works out better than if they were melee for me. And there's no animals for me to war cry or whatever. Actually, you get behind there. I know who's late to the party. Oh, it's you, because you're elderly, hurt, and everything, so you're not moving very fast. The good news is they have no armor. Okay. And the other good news is we're getting really good at shooting things. Alright, and they are sorted. And that poor door gets destroyed like every single time. Okay, Sort, you are unrestricted now. So you're good. Mex, you're unrestricted now. So you're good. Work on the door real fast. That's high priority. Alright. How much longer till we get our people out? Okay, so it's only 1.8 days until we get our mech resurrection serum, and like I said, I wanna go just long enough till we get this person resurrected, and then we'll hit our game switch time and we'll figure out what we're doing for the game switch. Because for those who don't know, normally on the channel my strategy is to play half of the stream one game, half the stream another game. That way I'm not just kind of stuck in one game all the time. Please don't eat the pemmican on the giant piles of corpses. Considering they're all, like, instantly rotting. Also, even more Harbinger trees. We're up to 20 Harbinger trees now, because they have eaten almost 300... Well, actually, it's probably more than 300 corpses in the last season. They are being well taken care of. They are very, very well-fed trees. Let's see, from 28 pawns, nearly half of them have two detox lungs. You got annoyed with too many random lung rots. Yeah, I do wish there was some more intelligence around your pawns about where they would do things. Like, I wish they wouldn't just path right through they wouldn't path right through fire and get themselves hurt as much. I wish they... Oh, actually, we have 5 shards here that we managed to save from being stolen. I wish they wouldn't just, like, stand on top of corpses and start sweeping the ground and stuff like that. Like, you can counter it and deal with it, but it's a kind of micro that's just really annoying. Because hopefully a real-life person wouldn't be like, I'm hungry, let me just stand among a pile of rotting corpses and eat my dinner, away from the table back in my kitchen. Hopefully they'd be like, look, man, I'm gonna go step around the corner at least, and then eat it over there. And just the pathing through fire I find frustrating, because it'll be like one tile of fire, and for some reason a pawn will walk right through and you're just like, come on, man. That's just being lazy. Alright. I also need to burn more materials on more things. Oh, was there anyone I really needed to pop into a bioregeneration pod? Someone who's got some torso scars is what I'm thinking. So you got a torso scar there. I was pretty sure it was someone who had it worse. I thought there was one person who had like 3 torso scars. Alright, it's 2. Yeah, so you're getting one of them. So enter the bioregeneration pod. So you're gonna bioregenerate, try and fix that torso scar. And actually, for you, I'm gonna have you jump in for age reversal is what I'm gonna have you do. A plan for another one to be built. These are all now finally mostly died. That little corner over there. Kalaria's star reached level 2? How did you... Oh, you must have been raiding the melee book. I was like, how did you... Like, there's no social fights. There's no fight. How are you gaining melee? Right, I got books. There's another Harbinger tree. Slowly but surely, we're getting our Harbinger forest covering up the entire front of our base. Major break for... Oh, I thought it was going to be Randall Thor needing drugs. So you only got 1 day till the shuttle penalty drops. That'll help a lot. And then the rotting corpses is being resolved. It's almost completely resolved because the trees are being fed. All right, less than an in-game day. Is there any event if you have too many harbinger trees? Not that I'm aware of. I'm hoping there is. I would really like them to do something. I don't even care if it's good, bad, or otherwise. I feel like it would be cool if you got enough of the harbinger trees that there was something. Even if it was just like a mood bonus that, you know, if you had certain ideologies, they get a mood bonus for being in a harbinger forest or whatever. Like, just something. Because it's hard to get a bunch of them. And it feels kind of fun to do that. Now, the interesting thing is, if we cut all these down, we're looking at almost 400 bioferrite out of them, now that they did the buff to those. There was something I was going to do up here, and I don't remember what it was. It's fine. Not the ritual. There was something I was doing construction-wise. So one thing I'm going to need to do is get some more barrels. I would like to potentially go and get some more mortars. Just so when we have the raids, we can deal with that. Let's actually... Alright. And I'll try and get more barrels in the future. Those won't be able to build till we get some reinforced barrels. Harbinger trees should give you a buff while simultaneously attracting bad things. I don't know how I'd want it to work. I could definitely see them having something more involved, because this anomaly feels like the non-anomaly anomaly. Hey man. You must have heard me complaining about the gold situation. Or like, you know, I heard you saying you needed some more gold. I just realized I'm sitting on like 2,000 limestone. So, yeah, you're gonna move that real fast. I do wonder if that'll prevent that from absorbing pollution. We'll see. Buildings too close cannot absorb pollution. I think that's fine. I want the gold. And temporarily, I'll change that to low. And the reason I'm changing that to low is just to deal with them not putting more down there till the tree is active again. Alright, 5 in-game hours till we get our mech resurrection serum, and we get our chance to resurrect Craven Horde, whose body, for whatever reason, despite having kept it frozen, was rotting. We're just gonna go and try it anyways. I have a mech heal serum that, if they do get the resurrection disease thing that can kill them, we can heal it. And if that, for whatever reason, doesn't work, I can cryo sleep them until we can deal with it. I think he also might even have spare bionic eyes and everything. There's a new Harbinger tree. So we're up to 22 of them. You thought I was going to say if that doesn't work, I could cry? I mean, there's that too. Hey, Solar Flare. Could you back off? Alright, where did the shuttle actually land? So, auto-load it. Start grabbing. You cannot load the shuttle, incapable. Carry Ollie. Carry Sid. Carry Grief. Carry them. Carry Ferguson. You're in the pod. Carry Lek. Carry Reese. Carry Evna. Carry Cody. Get these prisoners out of here. Cool. Because once we get them on the shuttle and out of here, we get a mech resurrection serum. So in the meantime, while they're doing that, let's pop the coffin. So you're hauling a dead Scyther? No, you're not. You're opening a sarcophagus. Use Mech Resurrection Serum on Ravenhorde. Alright. Everything's coming back online. Okay. So, did get dementia. That's not my favorite. But we do have a mech healing serum. We're going to wait to use the mech healing serum until after we see if they get the disease that would kill them. If we do get the disease that would ultimately make them die again, then we will we'll put some priority on getting that sorted. But with that, we have resurrected another one of our colonists. And they're now back in action. Well, they're going to be back in action once they're back up. Alright. So with that, what I'm going to go ahead and do is, as I mentioned before, I normally do split my stream between two games. Normally I do my flip at about 11. We're a bit past that because I wanted to see that through. But like I said, if they do have the problem, I do have a mech heal serum here. If that doesn't work, we can throw them in the cryo sleep casket until we get another one, or on natural healing, or whatever. But Craven Horde is back, which is great, because Craven Horde was, as I recall, one of our really good doctors and our good cook. They carried this team hard with their cooking and doctoring, so losing them was one of the major losses early in the colony, because it means I had to fall back in my backup for everything, and my other backup cook had died, and it was just really a rough time. So it does mean, ultimately, as far as pawns they've lost, we have managed to recover almost every pawn we've lost, other than ones that showed up and were like the dark power ones that just died. Except for one who died because their corpse instantly rotted because of toxic stuff, and then two that got kidnapped. We've had a couple people who joined and died immediately. I'm not considering those. But of our long-term pawns, we got all but like 3 of them back. So, doing pretty good. So what I'm going to do for the second part of stream is I'm going to put up a poll, and we're going to see what people want to see. What are we playing now? And part of this is because I'm getting a little antsy about playing the same game a whole lot, so I want to mix it up. So you put Farming Simulator 22, Dismantle. What else do I want to add to this list? Here, let me get it so I can actually see chat. Because once I put up the poll screen, it completely covers the UI. So let's see. Alright, so we've got Farming Simulator 22, where we continue our Survivor Man Challenge, which we haven't done in a good long while, but we continue that. We have Dismantle, which is what we've been playing lately, where we break everything. We finished the main story, and we'd be moving on to the DLC for that. For other things, can't play that one. So I can't play Galacticare yet, that's under embargo. I can't play I Am Future yet, because they have the big update on the 20th. I can't play Coraline, because they have the big update on the 20th. I can't play Sunhaven, because they have the big update coming out sometime soon. Ships at Sea is also under embargo. I can put House... Do I want to put House Flipper 2 there? What do I want to put here? I'll put Pacific Drive on there, just because. I wonder if that's even relevant now. What else do I want to put on the list? I'll put if we want to revisit one we played on a channel way back, Hotel Renovator, for anyone who hasn't seen that one. It's kind of like House Flipper, but based around taking a dilapidated hotel and building it up. It was a lot of fun. I played through. I didn't get all the achievements because they were pretty grindy. Path of Archa, I don't own that. So, it's cool and all, but I don't own that. I need one more for the list to consider. And that is the challenge. So I'm debating between something like Software Inc., which is a tycoon game. Something like just chill, like Power Wash Simulator. I'm kind of debating House Flipper 2. I'm going back and forth in that one. I'm also debating Mountain Blade, but I feel like just doing a couple hours of Mountain Blade is kind of a waste of time. Like, either need to commit to it or not commit to it. We just did Hydra Near. Captive Industry is way too big a time thing. Gas Station Simulator? I should have that installed, right? Do I not have you installed? Let me double check that. I do have it installed. Are you not on any of my things? Keys received. There you go. I can put Gas Station Simulator on there. Yeah, no, exactly. I've done V-Rising before. I've opted to not do it this time around. It's just, it's not really well aligned with the content I do on the channel. So it ends up not performing particularly well for me so far as viewership goes. And then on top of that, like, it is one of those games you have to really kind of commit to if you're gonna do. So with that, we've got the poll going. If you do not see the poll, refresh your browser and be able to vote on that. The things we've got on the list is we got Farming Simulator 22. If we play that, what we'll end up doing is I've got a challenge that I've been doing, which is called the Survivor Man Challenge, where you start with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream, and you build up from there. We've gone pretty, like, mid to late game on that one. That's just kind of chill vibes, hang out, do some heckin' farming. We've got Dismantle, which that is... I'm trying to think of how you describe it. Basically, you tear apart stuff. So you start at the beginning of the game, you got a crowbar, you can kind of break some bushes and some boxes, and that's about it. And then you make it better, and you can break bigger things, and you make it better, and you can break bigger things, and you can make it better, and you get the idea. So the idea is, the gimmick is almost everything on the map is destructible, and the map is huge, and there's tons and tons and tons and tons of content in it. You just tear everything apart. We did finish the main story of that, so we'd be moving on to the DLC for that. Pacific Drive is kind of an interesting one, in that it's based around your car, which you craft upgrades to it and all that kind of stuff. And what ends up happening with that is you go in, it's an extraction style game, but instead of, like, you know, being a looter shooter style extraction game, you drive in, you salvage a bunch of stuff, and you get the heck out before, like, instability kind of things. Early access kind of killed your V-Rising interest. It was so buggy early on. I didn't have that. For me, it was the PvPvE kind of thing at the beginning. It was very focused on the PvP side of it. And then they added, like, timers to sieges and all that. And I played Rust back in the day. I have zero interest in that style of game. Hotel Renovator is an interesting one. It's kind of like the what is it? House Simulator or House Flipper. The gist of that is you start out with this hotel. It is an absolute disaster. And you go through, and even though they call it a hotel, it's more like an apartment complex where people show up and they're like, oh, I'm this famous singer. I want a room that's all pink and all this stuff. And you have all these criteria you have to make the room meet and all that. And then you expand and you make money doing it. It's cool because it has a bit more story than, for example, like House Flipper and them typically do. Where, like, House Flipper is just like, oh, this was the party house. They trashed my house. Please fix my house. They actually have an overarching thing about, like, what happened to your, I can't remember if they're uncle or grandfather or dad or whatever, and all that. But there's been a ton of updates and everything to the game since I last played it. I never did circle back around. And then Gas Station Simulator, you run a gas station. It is quirky, it is gimmicky, it is janky, but it is a little bit of a party kind of thing, in that it's got a lot of jank and rough edges, but it's because it's so over the top and silly. We would probably be trying for the first time, there's like the new Tropical Island DLC thing, is what I would likely do with that. And I'd have to figure out what I have to do that. But that's what we've got on the docket. We're looking at a pretty close between all of them. Keep in mind, people do like to snipe at the last second to get to choose what they want. And then one of the other things I'll say is, while I know it is a meme for people to try and deliberately tie polls, and I'm not accusing anyone doing it on this one, please don't do that. Like, it's fine when it's a poll that doesn't matter, like what's better, pizza or tacos, and stuff like that. But when it's like actually deciding what game to play, if you're voting for something that is not necessarily what you want to most see, and a whole lot of times, oh yeah, well no, that's the thing. You're totally good. Like, by all means, if it ends up a tie, that's fine. Like, if you'd rather see Dismantle than other things, then you vote Dismantle. If it ends up a tie, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, don't deliberately be like, hee, let's get it to be a 5-way tie. Make streamer, like that's the thing that I'm like, don't do that. But like, if there's like 2 or 3 games you're interested in, and you're like, okay, well, I'm gonna vote on the one that, you know, is there, like, that's all fine. It's just the deliberately people going out of their way to try and tie stuff is actually kind of harmful to the stream, because it means a game that less people want to see ends up having a better chance of winning, which works against, you know, kind of the viewership of the channel, because then the game people don't want to see as much ends up taking the lead or gets chosen because tie. I'd rather very genuinely get what people want to see. Alright, and it looks like Dismantle is taking it at the end. Okay, so with that, what's going to end up happening is, for those watching on YouTube and TikTok, sorry, I'm wrong. Those watching on YouTube, the stream will drop, and I'll bring it back up because they don't have switching category in a way that doesn't mess it all up. For the others, just hang out. We'll get everything switched over. And if you are sitting here going, no, why are you closing the RimWorlds? I have my Muffalo tattoo on my eyebrows. Why would you take away my favorite game? I found branded RimWorld cereal. It's definitely not legit, but I have it anyways. Don't worry, RimWorld will be back almost certainly tomorrow. But it is a thing that I do try and play multiple games on the channel because I am a variety streamer, and I always get very concerned when I play one game almost exclusively way too much for an extended period of time. It makes me worry about a bunch of stuff. Dismantled. We launched the pot. Let's see. We escaped. So now let's check out the DLC. We could break everything. Cool. So let me go ahead and get the game open real fast. And like I said, if you're someone who's like really just looking for RimWorld, by the way, don't forget to drop your follows and all that. I do understand if you're like, hey man, this isn't what I'm looking for, so I'm outie. I get it. It's fair. It's fine. It's fine. You got rid of your RimWorld tattoo. But like, it is those things. By all means, RimWorld is the most consistently played game on the channel.